Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Dudette, personette. I got nothing. Hello there. What's up? How are we doing? We having a good Wednesday, middle of the week. 3 days into, what I'm going to call it, the experiment, the project. 3 days into the project. 3 days into the art education. Oh, and auspicious day. Am I going to use this word right? An auspicious day? We're collarless. There's no collar on. We got to be a little less rigid with myself now that I'm an artiste. This is a nice hoodie, and it is entirely Okar's fault for late night sending me a link to a Mimikyu hoodie. Immediately bought it. Now, fun thing about clothings, I don't know if anybody, I don't know how many people don't. Wait, okay, this is doing me weird. All right, did I mirror? This is mirrored. I don't usually keep this mirrored. I don't normally keep this mirrored. Properties, if I transform this and rotate horizontal, this is gonna be crazy. Bam, this is where we're normally at. But now if I go to my art scene, how do we look? Same side? Okay, cool. Well, then we're fine. Anyway, I don't know how many people know this, the thing I was saying before. This is a girl's hoodie. At least the zipper direction indicates it's a girl's hoodie. Because the zipper is on the left side. Same thing with buttons and things of that like. That ilk. Button ilk, zipper ilk. And this is a really hard jacket to put on for that one reason. As I grab it, I go to zip it up, and I'm doing it on the wrong side. I can't find the zipper. At one point, I thought it was broken because I had forgotten the zipper was on the other side because I couldn't find it. It's a nice hoodie though. It's cozy. It's cozy, comfy. Zip thing up just a little bit. Okay, we're an artist, but we're not an animal. No, we're gonna pull it down just a bit. Get stretched out today. We've got some art plans. Believe it or not, we're gonna do some more art. Which, you know, the last 2 days have been good, and not that like I've made a lot of progress and I'm a really good artist, right? Like, we've gotten some time in, we've practiced some lines, we've practiced some Loomis heads, and then we kind of laid down a benchmark for ourselves by really taking our time on a couple of pieces. Just some manga pieces. A couple Luffy's, an Ichigo. We got a couple Chainsaw Man heads. I think I'm going to use for my Loomis head stuff later today. We've got a general idea of kind of our warm-up and where we're taking it from there, but we still have to find whatever my, piece of the day is. Not that we always have to have a big piece I sit down and sketch out, but it feels good to do that. It feels good to like have a piece. That being said, if more time could be spent on foundational assignment stuff, that's not a bad thing either. I've just got to balance the fun of everything. Where is the fun gonna come from? Because we've got to do that. I am kind of working towards that, like, get that instinctual drive to like want to draw the same way I want to game, but that might be a tall order. I game a lot. In fact, half of my day has disappeared more than once. Better to say half of my week has disappeared more than once because of an idle game I found. And entire mornings and afternoons and evenings were me just playing an idle game. Not a lot of fun. Not a lot. It was a lot of fun, or I wouldn't do it. But that's just me. Like, not a lot of game there. We're off on a fun tangent. Let's stretch the fingers out a bit. I did a shoulder workout yesterday. It was shoulders and leg day, which theoretically, if I just keep to my schedule, it will be every Tuesday. And hoping, as we draw from our arm, our whole arm, we try to use my whole arm, that won't become an issue. And I only say because, you know, over the weekend when I was trying to put some drawing time down before the stream, doing lines and circles and using the whole arm, I did notice that the shoulder was getting worked out, right? It was getting sore. So, anyway, point is, maybe it'll impact me. Maybe it won't. What we're really going to try to take care of today are my fingers, because, you know, try not to kill my thumb again. We're going to probably switch back and forth between, you know, an actual tripod grip and the monstrosity that apparently I've been doing my whole life. Let's go ahead and get my phone where I can kind of see it. We're organizing our play space here, if you will. So we're going to start with the pen again on paper. We'll do just a page of draw box lines, get our red ready, because we really started enjoying the red. This little 2.0 mechanical pencil has been great. I think it's got 2B lead in it right now. I don't even know how much it's got left. It's one of the cool things. Actually, plenty of lead. I'm nowhere near running out. This thing takes a minute to go through, because I've got this pencil in here that's, you know, getting a little... That's not the pencil. I got a pencil in here that's getting a little short. It's getting a little short. I've never taken a pencil that low. Let's get our eraser going. I shoved the eraser into this little, back into its like home, where it's it is normally shaped and perfectly fit when you first get it, but once you start kneading it and it becomes a ball, you end up squishing it down. So you kind of have to like, I kind of have to like at least pry it open. I could maybe get a container for that that's better. Oh, hey, Discord message. Oh, yeah, he was talking about this single player MMO yesterday. I do need to check that out. I do like my gaming. Aaron Shore. Now, we did discover yesterday, as another aside, another note, our playlist played, and this is the playlist that I'm probably putting on every stream. And so we can build on it, but we want something lo-fi. We want something copyright free that I can just play and post and use. But a lot of that little like video game music we kept hearing the other day, I'm like, oh hey, this is Pokemon. Oh hey, this is Mario. That wasn't Stream Beats. Stream Beats album finished, and it went on to find similar music, which I enjoyed. And Twitch isn't gonna do anything about it, and YouTube ain't gonna do anything about it right now. But there's a big like, this is copyrighted music message. And if you ever try to monetize your work, this might be a problem. We're gonna have to build a library of good music and make sure our music player doesn't explore things I didn't give it permission to explore. There are other options. I hear Pretzel.rocks might be pretty good. That might be worth taking a look at, but since we already had YouTube music, I don't know, I'm just needing the eraser. Anyway, we got all that stuff. Let's get a paper. Starting to build up a good collection of copy paper we've just, I wouldn't say ruined, but used. Let's take a bunch of blank sheets out. And I've got a tiny folder that's got a piece of cardboard on it from a sketchbook cover. Yeah, we're just kind of building a whole folder, so somewhere to keep it, so I don't have loose paper floating around. Should recycle it. Think of the earth. But then who will know that I drew straight lines on a piece of paper? Only me. I'll be the only one left who knows. There's no evidence anywhere. Rubik's Cube in the background. It's fun. Another goal I accomplished this year was to last year was to learn how to do the Rubik's Cube fast. Not competition fast, but like under 2 minutes fast. Ask me sometime and I'll do it. I would love to show off Rubik's talent. So, let's get our area under control. Guess I don't have this reference going yet. In fact, I try to preload the mirroring tech for the iPad, but then the iPad goes to sleep and it all disconnects and we've got to restart it. So we're just going to leave that off until we need it, and then we'll just set it up live. It doesn't take so long that I'm going to worry about it. Oh, I've got an idle game on in the background, and that's no bueno. Let's save that, close it. See, first thing we do in the morning, we turn on an idle game. Luckily, this one has pretty good offline, like, time saving. So, loading it up once a day for a few minutes ain't so bad. We don't need this yet. Stream sketchbook, which, you know, we're really looking forward to filling up. We do need paper. We don't even need, like, this much paper. I don't know, I plan on doing one page, but we brought, like, a dozen. So, this exercise, like we did yesterday, we're just going to repeat it. Get warmed up. You know, a little bit of straight line practice each day, I think will build up, right? You're supposed to practice something. If you practice something, say 15 minutes a day, oh, that first line didn't line. I've got this thing where I draw on the ruler sometimes, but practicing something, you know, a few minutes a day, every day, is supposed to be really good for working on and acquiring this skill. Similar, if not better, than efficient, I guess is the word. It's efficient. Making sure we do this every day should show some results to my line work, not my ruler work apparently, because we're putting down these lines a little rough, aren't they? Thickness, repeating, drawing on the ruler. I'm not sure if the line itself, if the pin itself is the problem here, but here we go. We got a handful of lines of different sizes. When we draw them like this, the idea is we're going to put down 8. Let's see if I can't get this good, yeah? I'm always going to have to fix this. But anyway, the idea is put down 8 lines on top of it as straight as possible. Good, clean, confident strokes. Now, someone in chat the other day brought up the, you know, certain lines are, you know, we just do rulers with. And I think they're right. I'll make sure to do the tripod grip. And I think about the difference between art I'm doing to learn and art I would be doing for some kind of like final product. And I think as I learn, I want to try to do all the straight lines myself. as long as I can accept the failure as part of the results. Failure is always part of the journey. You can't learn without failing, and if we didn't fail, we wouldn't need to learn. It is one of my biggest life philosophies, is that anybody can do anything. I don't believe talent takes people. I believe in talent. I don't believe talent is necessary to be good at a thing. I think the combination of talent and hard work, but mostly hard work, is what makes the top 1% at anything. But I don't need to be the top 1% drawer. I think we can reach great heights and see the vastness of our own potential through building foundations and practice. Good practice. And it's one of the things I really enjoy about art. Is when you look around in the community, well, let's just say you look around people, normal people, a lot of people will say, I can't draw. I don't have a talent for drawing. Or, whatever the phrase is. They believe they can't do it, they suck at it. I suck at it. Without having put in, any amount of time or effort to learn and tackle the topic. But if you look within the art community themselves, it is a lot of the conversations, the online spaces where people talk about learning and talent and blah, blah, blah. It is a overwhelming voice of this just takes time. Anybody can do it. Which isn't something you hear echoed as frequently elsewhere. I have put my money where my mouth is. Not my money. My time where my mouth is on this topic a number of times. None greater than the StarCraft time. Many, many, many years ago. And I've been meaning to do the exact same with my art. I mean, when we say learning to draw day 3, this is the third day, the only third day in a row I've ever done. Maybe that's not true. I did used to doodle at lunch in that notebook I showed you guys yesterday. And I was working on some fundamentals. Hey, for about 30 minutes a day for a month? I'd have to look at the dates. I dated every one of them, so I would know. So, maybe I lied. It's not my first real attempt at art. Instead, I've been dabbling and trying to... I've wanted to capture this time and grind and improve it at drawing for ages. Decades. And I've had a lot of false starts. False starts meaning I did it for maybe you know, a couple hours across a couple of days, and then I stopped. It would be mildly disingenuous for me to say, like, this is my third day ever without qualifying statements. Okay. Taking a look back, there were a couple lines on the long side I was pretty proud of that I thought were coming together quite well as I drew them. We definitely had some fraying, some course corrections midline that I don't think we're supposed to be seeing. I think as if we're doing straight confident lines, they shouldn't be, you know, coming out and then moving down and coming back in. All right, if I'm gonna fuck up in a straight line. All right, let's do a couple of these ghosted lines and planes. I guess we'll do the planes themselves because it's the same as the ghosted line exercise, just more lines. Gotta do a good rehearsal of the line and the stop. All right, big one here. And I lost confidence partway through and stopped the pin, or I thought I was there. Really hard to like see as you look at the hand. You could kind of see what I'm seeing. You know, it covers up the line you're drawing. I guess I see more like that when I'm going. So as I go, I can see the tip, and I'm trying to find the space without, you know, good, quick, confident strokes. I'm going to commit to it being this dot because I don't remember which one it is. We would give myself a mildly bigger target to find. That one felt pretty good. But when I find that when I'm doing the ghosting, if I'm more deliberate about it, especially the stopping point, I feel better about the end result. Now I wonder if we take this method, this ghosting method, and we apply it to every line. I guess not during the sketching phase, so let's not start like really trying to take our time on our line work with our sketching. But at least while I'm inking, I definitely rush a bit. I don't think it's bit me too hard. But I guess it could. Yeah, wow, I didn't have the confidence on that last line. I could do better, I guess is the point. I could do better with my line work. I think I do it on the big, long, straight lines, and then I have those small lines that, you know, kind of curve easily with my hand, all the hair especially. And the thing I'm working on, I need to work on there, at least for this pen, as you leave the pen on the paper, you know, it starts to bleed out, and you get a bigger and a bigger dot. And so when you want to draw a line, if you hold it there at the end, you end up with a line that ends at a dot, right? Which is what a lot of the work ends up being, but one more square. Okay. Not my best boxes. It's good that we're gonna spend more time on this over time. So we won't say that this exercise is still worth our time. And maybe need to fill up some more sheets later. Get that line work. Get some more time to the line work. It's harder. I can kind of see where my mistakes are in each of the phases, but they're much easier to see when I only have one line, you know, to point to and say problematic. So we've got some work to do. Coffee's good. It gets cold pretty quick. I could always, I'm sitting in an area now. My coffee cup is at an area now that I could get my coffee mug heater. Alas, alas, it exists in this house, but I do not know where. Which is a real shame. Alright, so work today is a little bit of shapes. But there's some philosophy behind this. A little bit of perspective. I'm going to try to bring up a web page. Not shapes with a Z. The idea is that I want to be able to draw a cube from any perspective. And its structure is the word I'm thinking. So let's see if there's any kind of like coursework like we had yesterday that Loomis said that we kind of scroll through. That's not video. Let's do shape, type in shape and construction. Shape, construction, and maybe take out the specific constructor we've been sitting on. Construction might be a tough one to find, so we might just have to like go from, you know, I watched it in bed last night, so I had the general idea. I just want to find a good thing to scroll around on. Shapes, curves, ellipses, isometric shapes. There we go. That's one. Yep, that's a very short, non-descriptive. We're just scrolling around. Interesting. There's some more advanced topics. Alright, so from memory. Went to several pages of this. And what we're looking to do some more, get some more Loomis practice in, because we talked about, 15 minutes a day or so. What are we up to, Mr. Caravaggio? See, this is how you know I'm a terrible artist. I don't know who that is. Well, today, Gunfingers, we finished a quick line warm up, and what I'd like to do, I guess the ultimate goal is to be able to draw a cube in any perspective. And there's something that struck me about the class I was kind of reviewing last night for today's stream, and it was that we were all drawing our cubes wrong. I guess I didn't realize this, because you probably, like me, let's even do a little bit of a red on this so it's visible for now. He was a very influential Renaissance artist. I probably misspelled his name. I mean, if he wasn't one of the Ninja Turtles, I need to take an art history class, don't I? I am thinking about going back to school. I haven't used my GI Bill yet, and that would be nice. That would be nice. Alright, so I have learned cubes as a square and a bunch of parallel lines, right? So the idea is that we draw our square, and then we draw our lines out, all parallel to each other. Take the longest one to get the right end of it, if you will. Kind of like that, even though we're a little off. Apparently, this is wrong. Apparently, we start with a couple things. Is in perspective, if this is a perfect square, that means we're staring straight on it. And if we're staring straight on it, all we would see is the square. Now, this figure has us staring at it from the right, which means it needs converging lines to the left. The art history class you took in uni was the only reason I know his name. It's basically the only thing I remember from that class. Don't know what he did, but I remember his name. Did you? Did you finish your degree, right? How did that go? What was that? Like, did you do all in the Air Force, or did you get out and go to school? How did you do it? Where did you go? So if I was going to draw this box from this perspective, I would need to pick the vertical line. I need to draw a kind of converging line. Like, these two should be converging. Now this depends on how far, the next line here depends on how far above or below we're looking at it. And if we're looking at it from this perspective, this is about 45 degrees. I'd say we're just going to eyeball it. This is things that, converging line. Kind of. Converging lines, like, we get a little bit more of a realistic box. We're gonna say ish, because if I could do it first try, we wouldn't have to do some boxes today. You had 4 semesters after I got out. You finished up at McKendree. Okay, I liked McKendree. I played a concert at McKendree. That's the big one with like the night school program too, right? We got some colleges around here. I was thinking I would go to Iowa City. So I guess University of Iowa. It's about an hour drive there. So maybe a little more than an hour with parking and walking. High school program was either McKendree or SWIC. I took one intro to Java programming at SWIC. I did a couple classes at Scott Air Force Base that was through SWIC, plus a whole bunch, like every single test out of credit I could get. I forget what they were called, but you took a test and you got college credit if you passed. Every one of those I could. And then I clept out. Yeah, I clept out. And then I did online for the rest of it. SWIC was where I did EMT school. Didn't end up using that for very long. Okay. It's nice that they had a program. Was that just a really tough job? Didn't mesh with you? Or? All right. So let's think I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna draw a perspective line, right? And I guess the general idea of shapes would be they all go towards a horizon point, right? Not a line, a point. Okay, so if I wanted to draw a box over here, a square over here, or a plane over here, right? We would do something like this, and this is like 1 point perspective. So maybe I need to be looking for perspective classes. I mean, if this was, say, a building, that's the wrong part of the ruler. We could get our vertical lines. They're going to be straight off the paper, vertically. We're super close, so this isn't super long, so this vertical line even, so that looks wildly something. I couldn't make the schedule work with college. I was expecting to be able to do more network, but you need a broader scope of practice or more experience with that. Okay. Did you work with the old GI Bill? The new GI Bill or the old GI Bill when you did your McKendree stuff at the end? Alright, so a square. Is this what they mean, like, by 2 point perspective? Like when we're doing the other converging lines, do I need, like, another of a vertical horizon to play towards. So we do like, we're super close to the line, but let's say like that line, that intersects with like wherever the corner is. Oh, well, that's practically a line in between them. So like this line we're exploring a concept we should probably just look up. But the question I'm having for myself, is this 2-point perspective? I think I was on the new MJB. That's the one where they pay a stipend. Yeah, it's the one where they pay a stipend. So I was thinking I could take some art classes towards an art degree. Let me think about this one for a little bit. Not a new thought, not a this week thought, but go to an actual brick and mortar college, unlike my online experience, which I think was not worth the paper it was printed on. I guess except that the Army accepted it, right, as a regular degree. But aside from that, not worth the paper it was printed on. Which I guess did fund my entire retirement thing, right? Like, don't let me downplay having that piece of paper too hard. All right, we're gonna have to look up like perspective. We're actually gonna need to like do some studying live, I think. Oh, it looks like it's on the same horizon. My vertical horizon line might just be wrong. Okay, let's do the mirroring. Let's pull up the reference and go along with this together. I don't want your cookies. Get your cookies out of here. So, the class I was watching dealt with the idea of construction, simplifying objects with shapes in order to build a more complex structure. It was a structure class. But it kind of started with the idea of the cube and the cylinder. Well, it's the cube, the cylinder, and the sphere are the objects, the shapes you use to construct things. But I think clearly we see I don't know enough about perspective to get to that step yet. We have to kind of back up a bit. And whatever this artist network is, we'll see how much heavy lifting this bad boy can do. All right, so in the art world, blah blah blah. Wow, we're gonna try to blah 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 the blah blah blahable parts, but not skip anything super important. It's probably a video. I'm trying not to watch videos on stream. But it might be. We did it yesterday. Well, the fundamentals of perspective drawing seem to be rather straight to the point. Possibilities how to apply perspective to art are vast. So the idea then, and I did see a sketch. So we're gonna try a thing. Is if I have a perspective line, an actual horizon, and I saw on the picture 2 points were here and here, I could understand that. Right? If I draw a line, that's going to be the way the line goes, right? And then we're going to do, wait a minute, did I see it? Did I see a picture? Oh, see, yep, immediately wrong. Immediately, that's not the line. The vanishing points, that's what I'm talking about. Vanishing points, horizon and 2 vanishing points. the vertical lines are the ones that are kind of untouched, right? So then we could do the vertical line first. Then we draw to the vanishing points. Alright. Maybe we'll ink out the specifics, but let's just draw the orthogonal lines. Orthogonal lines. Not great, but we're gonna draw them out. So we give this some vertical lines. Let's give the box its width and length. But even those secondary lines, of course, are gonna have orthogonal lines. Let's start at the point. We're going to use the ruler for now. I'm going to start wrapping my head around the idea. I don't know why I decided to draw over the ruler. 2-point perspective. Fuck yes. All right. I mean, you know, we got some problems, but the idea, the concept is here. So how do we take that and do a thing with it? We just probably draw squares all day? We'd get pretty good at it. We'd get better at it. We would be better. Good and great are words we're, I don't know if we're reserving. So what I want to find, I guess, now we've got the concept. 3-point. There's 3-point perspective. So same thing, but then these lines aren't parallel. They would also have convergence to a vanishing line, vanishing point. We're gonna sit on 2-point perspective. So this says with 2-point perspective, these vertical lines remain straight up and down to the ground plane. With 3-point perspective, the vantage point either looks down or up at the subject. Instead of vertical lines, it has a third set of orthogonal lines that converge at a third vanishing point. Now, this clock tower, where's the vanishing point in this picture? Like, you know, if we draw this tower, you know, we've got the top of it, you know, it's got a square on it, right? Blah, blah, blah. I guess that's from us side we're seeing. We're gonna have a line this way, a line that way, and then it comes down, right? This is the object we're seeing. Not quite the same perspective, you know, we're seeing it at. But my question is, where is the vanishing point? Because it's not like at the bottom of the picture. There's no vanishing point. Like, say these buildings weren't here. You know, we get rid of those buildings and we can see the tower all the way to the ground. Like, the vanishing point isn't at the ground. This tower isn't sitting on a needle. Like, it doesn't come to a point. So are we then imagining the vanishing point way down? Because if we're at ground level looking at this thing, if we make this line here ground level, like, is it getting smaller as it gets away? Like, it's definitely not going to be... Is it not going to be a tower that kind of converges inward like this if we look up at it? Right, like, we're not converging outward. Like, this is suggesting, as we look at it, there's a convergence in. This is converging out? Is it converging up? The vanishing point's up here somewhere, like in the up beyond. With 3-point perspective, the vantage point looks either up or down at the subject. Instead, it has a third set or that converge at a third. Yeah. This vantage point's got to be high here. As I'm looking up at a thing, it's wider at the base. It gets farther away. Horizontal line, possibly a third of the way up the tower. I was probably talking a mile a minute, and you probably answered a very specific question in the middle of my mile a minute, Welsh. But hello and thank you. But a horizontal line, possibly a third of the way up the tower. Are you saying that that's a... Oh, the horizon line itself is there. So like these vanishing points I get, right? Because these would extend to that horizon line, wherever it's at in the distance, you know, the theoretical horizon line. And since we're looking up at this tower, my theory here is the horizon line, the vanishing point for these orthogonal lines is somewhere up like this. And that's where we would get the third point of perspective. I was surprised to learn that there are at least 2,085 tigers in the Wales. Are they all zoos? They gotta be zoos, right? Wales is not a tiger-full place. Imagine even one tiger not in a zoo, and the Wales is a thing. Okay, nope, I get it. I think I get this point at least. I like we don't need to draw a bunch of this stuff, but cube it any perspective. I think this is probably jumping super far. Like, what is an atmospheric perspective? Aerial perspective conveys depth through variations of values, lights and darks, colored elements, foreground elements, composition of greater. More sheep here than tigers and people. That sounds like a nice place to be. We know that we don't know values, but I understand the concept of values and lighting. Practice. This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for like good exercise for perspective. Step-by-step demonstration on perspective, which plays with the power of illusion. Are we supposed to believe these are holes, right? Is that the illusion that they're not holes, that they're towers? I'm squinting. All right, let's see. Step-by-step demonstration on perspective, which plays to the power of illusion. This tutorial involves sketching squares with lines that recede to a single vanishing point. The depth in the finished drawing is implied through linear perspective and the use of values. All right. So we start with the squares, and then we use the orthogonal lines. Okay, I was waiting for the rest of the lines. I was trying to figure out why they chose to only draw these lines here. I want to see all the orthogonal lines. Trace or transfer. Color and shade. Darker, darker, darker. Alright. I just want to stare at this for a minute. Beautiful country, a bit cold at the moment. Oh, we're, I'm feeling you there. I don't know where we sit weather-wise to Welsh here. I want to say we're in the teens with some high winds at the moment. Middle of the country, USA. All right, you know what, let's just do this image. Let's do this exercise. This is where we're at. Let's just do the thing. Conceptually, I get it, but let's put the time. Let's start putting some time into some stuff. So we're just gonna sketch out some squares. You know, we're using the ruler, but this seems like a good time to practice line work. So let's do, -1. That'll do it. That'll do it. If there was a winning, are you winning? feels like losing. That sounds miserable. A beautiful misery. Wales on Great Britain, famed for its sunny and warm weather. Okay. I'm American. My geography is not what it is, you know? It is what it is. Alright, so we just gotta draw perfect squares. Looks like we gotta start with the outline. I don't want to let's use my mechanical pencil. Let's get all my stuff in the right place. So I sharpen the pencil over top of a little plastic nub here, a little plastic container top. It is not, as I was misinformed as a child, the British Sea World. Like the Water World movie. Is that what you were told, or are we talking like theme park? Sea World. Now, I'm not gonna sketch this out, but we're doing a hell of a lot of searching lines suddenly. It's all right. It's not a. I don't think it's much of an exercise for me if I do the ruler, but maybe that's where I'm wrong. Maybe that's where I need to focus more on the perspective lesson than the line work lesson. Looks like it's broken into thirds. So if we come right about here, give it a double width line. Let's do more confident lines for this next one. Confidence, that's what those are. About here. And we more or less produced a general idea. Orthogonal lines. You know, let's ink this up. If we're going to do line work, let's commit to a line with some ink. Where you at, micro pen? The park with the terrible record of animal abuse. The joke is that someone confused whales with whales. I get it. Gotta make sure the pin wants the right before I guess I start doing it. A little test doodle over here. Come back to that line last. I think this one was in more, and I want to try to fix it up a bit. Feeling better. That's a good line. I'm gonna come from here to about that point there, right? So a little bit of a curve there, but I'll take it. I can see it. I can see it. That's important. All right. So we did about a third here. 2 lines. About that point to that point. And that point to right above it. This will be the first line that I can really be judged on. Really easily, at least. You can judge all of them. But this one, will be obvious. Oh, fucking take it. Alright. A little short, but it's a line. It's pretty good. See, that's what I mean by line you can judge on. We took a big old detour there on the right side. arched that one quite a bit. Can we fix it up top, or are we going to arch again? Oh, we kind of followed it. Let's try to straighten this one out down here. There we go. We have something. Did I have a... Sorry, off in La La Land, looking at stream and analytics. Yeah. And coffee out, that'll be a problem to fix soon. Okay, so we've kind of got our lines. There's a vanishing point in the center, which we can probably get a little easier by doing a line. Here, let's just do it this way. By getting a line from this corner to that corner, and that corner to that corner, and then we'll find it. Hey, hello there, Gunfingers with the redemption and the water check. You're gonna make me get up and get some coffee. All right, after this line, we'll be right back. There's water and coffee. There we go. That's, you know what, that's fairly center. Let me put a little dot there. We'll be right back. We're gonna refresh. Do we refresh the coffee? Coffee drink number 3? Yeah, coffee. We'll bring a backup drink. A backup water type drink. Oh boy. Okay, so we got down. We didn't feel like coffee. So, sparkling black raspberry flavor with other natural flavors, 0 calorie, carbonated, flavored water beverage. Whew. Don't run upstairs. You look like an out of shape mess. All right. So we'll continue dodging possibly the point of the exercise, which was vanishing points and orthogonal lines by freehanding lines. We'll do so by starting in this corner and moving in a line until we get to this, while aiming for that dot there. Right, that's the general idea. You know, I'll take it. That's fine. This one's just corner to corner, but it could be same thing, corner to dot. Because the lines themselves, if we look at it, let's do one of them. Or look at one of them. That lines up pretty well in the corner. We're not missing anything by going corner to corner there, at least. Oh, I mean, we're missing something by not drawing to the corner very well. And that's kind of what we're up to. Line practice, shape practice. I think we're pretending that that's the square. I guess that kind of gets to the corner. Ooh. So we get to committing lines, and then this one was here to here, right? So we've got to give it that line. And I love it. Just and then add more lines, like add the rest of the lines. Okay, that's fair. So vanishing point down in the center. This is the angle I want. I'm gonna go a little slower. This is the angle. One more. Let's check some of these. Let's check them with pencil. We put a light stroke. I guess at this point we're just checking line accuracy. I don't want to go to the dot. If we can go to like point to point here. We can look at the corners and we can get two birds with one stone. Alright. Theoretically, we're definitely going to be off. But it's not like I didn't understand the idea. And just have problems committing straight lines. That ruler. Oh, the ruler shows. And interesting. I mean, the ruler's showing that this isn't a square, right? But you can see they follow this line and this line. Like this is the center of these corners. And you freehand the whole thing. This is kind of where you end up. Oh, that's gonna be wild too, isn't it? I'm supposed to shade this whole bit, but I think we're gonna move on to trying to draw squares against a horizon 2-point perspective. This idea for just drawing boxes left to right, maybe above and below too. Actually, that's a really good idea. I could put a horizon line kind of on the page. Well, the idea, because we can still follow the general idea here. Alright, is they've got well, we could shade it all in, and then it's darker near the bottom, right? So we would find this line using the original. Right, we would shade all of it in, lightening it up, darkening it as we get to the center, right? Now, I think what it wants me to do is do an even shade all the way across and then darken it. We're just kind of doing it all at once, aren't we? And there'd be like a medium shade in the middle, right? And then a light shade at the top, and three distinct colorings. And then maybe just a dark center. Perspective. It's interesting they go with orthogonal. These are lines in 2D Euclidean space. You could just say perpendicular. Wait, could you say perpendicular? Because perpendicular... Because, like, these are the orthogonal lines, right? Like, these diagonal ones. But perpendicular is just a 90-degree angle. Are these lines are all orthogonal lines perpendicular? Is that... So, like, draw the horizon, give us 2 vanishing points, right? Let's eyeball this. You have a box that way, a box that way, that way, that way, right? These aren't perpendicular. These are definitely not 90-degree angles, or even as they connect to the horizon. Perpendicular is a special case of orthogonality for lines in 2D space. Mathematically speaking, anyway, it might have a different meaning in art. Your guess is as good as mine. This is literally my first day. Well, not my first time, in perspective, but we're gonna call it my first day in perspective. I think I was way off on where these lines were. So we've got that line, that line, .2D perspective is flat for us right now, but there are more lines, so if we find I guess the vertical line is the one we gotta place first. Like, this seems like what sets the structure for the whole perspective. This front vertical. That's a lot of line. A lot of line to screw up generally here. I think I'm okay with, my cubes being slightly wrong. Oh, I just saw the shaded version, so now I understand the angled lines are actually orthogonal to the plane of the paper because they're supposed to be going backwards away from you. Yes, absolutely. This is chicken scratch compared to what we're seeing, over here. Let's dedicate another page to this. Oh, wait, what happens to so? This is the back of the desk. There's a lot of marks. I don't know how well this camera picks it up, but there's just a lot of dirt and dust back here that's getting on the papers, which would feel bad on works like this. I just grab a tissue and I just scrub the dust. I actually have a duster. We bought a duster. Finally have a duster. I had one in ages, and I really need to bring it into here and let it do some work. Especially behind the monitor, the way my monitor's set up, it's tough to get behind it and really clean. So there's definitely some dust problems to solve. All right. I think we have an exercise. Oh. I knocked the ruler off and I went to put it back, and I just put it back in the exact same place that it fell, which was because there was no lip. Like it was gonna do anything. Okay. Let's get some boxes. Get some boxes. Let's get some lines. Let's think about the perspective. The goal, my goal, current goal, we're going to use both. When we're not doing something fun and fancy, I'm going to try to use both sides of this page. We don't go through the whole notebook too quickly. We're going to put down the horizon line with the ruler and the perspective. We'll pick perspective points out of it. I think I'm going to do a little high, and we'll do boxes on the bottom underneath of it. Maybe one line on the top to see where that gets us. And this might be something to take into digital. Would it be? Would this be something taken to digital? Could I do this digitally? And are we saving paper? Is that why I said that? Do I just want to start working? I start putting inks and lines out in digital too. A lot of marks, you say? Oh, you college-educated old folks. I say youngins. You're older than me. You hit 40 yet? If you haven't yet, you should this year. Because I am this year. Alright, so perspective lines. Do one there. One there. I've got that North Carolinian high school education. It ain't the best. Alright, what's easier? If we go higher, the lines are... I guess let's find out. So, we put the vertical line down. And from here, we get to know where it goes to the perspective. You got about 10 days left in your 30. Hey, congratulations, Welsh. You know, I tell you, the 30s have been the best years of my life. And I hear the 40s are even better. Now, I don't know if I should be eyeballing any of this. But we're going to start eyeballing. We're going to start with the eyeballing. You got about 3 months left. Nice. What am I at? 10 months. 10 months and some change left. I don't know who eyeballs perspective. You always see the perspective drawings people do, and they're like, they're definitely all lined out. This is my midlife crisis. What are you talking about? Art. That's what I'm doing with it. The question is, should I be practicing perspective with a ruler? Don't know. We're gonna draw a box. We're gonna see how close we came to these first couple lines. And we'll find out. I mean, it's close-ish. Ish. At this distance. That feels right. And this should be a little converging, right? So if we do... that line feels right. But is that a real line in real space? At least we can, like, check our work really easily. A little off. Real line in real space? Because I think my problem with this, as I tackled the perspective, is I feel like aside from, like, I could do this pretty well. These are the words I'm trying to say. There's two thoughts here. if I wanted to make a box, let's make a box, you know, right here. Let's use these lines. I think I can do this exceedingly easily. Like, this is just a problem of lining up the ruler with the vanishing point and the vertical line of the box. Right? Like, if I do this over and over, have I learned anything? Have I practiced a skill? Or is this, you know, not useful? I mean, lining this up vertically is more of a challenge than... I've nothing to, I almost have nothing to line it up to. If I line it up to this line, was that a better line? Can I find a better line? I'm thinking it. Let's keep going. Let's keep saying, like, I don't understand the usefulness of what I'm doing right now. And the answer might be, it's not useful. Or, if I do this enough, you know, do I start to get and understand? I'm going to put this to ink as we talk. Or as I do this, is this helping me understand perspective? Or is it helping me line up the ruler better so that these lines converge a little cleaner? What is the exercise other than an understanding of what perspective is? Because that's all I'm seeing in this work right now is, you know, do I understand what perspective is? And this is a way of demonstrating it. Or do we always draw our boxes with rulers? Is this the way it's done? Is that the preconceived notion that rulers are cheating? Is that my problem here? That however I get the marks on accurately, it doesn't matter what tools I'm using? As I hold the pen and it bleeds through, and I'm like, I'm perfect! You could tell by the way the marks are wrong. Don't know what I don't know here. That's where I would love, like, an art teacher to be like, well, first off, your box isn't clean, your vertical lines are garbage, they're not quite lined up with the perspective, right? You know, we would say, you know, you're rushed a bit, and none of these lines, they're not all attaching to the center point, which leads to the convergence of some of these lines not being exactly where it needs to be. That's feedback. Welsh says he's been working on your hairstyle. That's your midlife crisis. Hey, me too. Excuse me. What are you going with, Welsh? Oh, I've seen Gunpickers. I've seen yours. That picture you had. It was I think after you shaved your head on the sides. That's a thought I have, cleaning up the sides like that. But I figure I'm gonna let it all grow all the way and then think about it, because we're aiming for like bottom of the shoulder blade level and then see how we feel. But if I start shaving it now, of course we're losing a lot of progress. This is a year and a half. Wait, yeah, a year and a half of not cutting it right here. It's pretty good. It comes to about there, shoulder length, I think, what we just called it. Okay, let's do some more boxes. Let's do one without the ruler, since I'm talking so much shit. No, why we do it with the ruler over and over? Because I am talking shit. I'm saying, what's the point of the ruler? Hard to say. If I wanted to do a box whose vertical line was in line with the vanishing point, then I would have a box, you know, this is in line. So this first part of the Y does this. It's Which means the second part. We'll do that. Which means the first part's still gonna come up. I said it was in line, so let's redo this line like that. Which means I'm looking at it from the. I guess let's finish it and get an idea. It doesn't disappear forever. We've got to decide where this stops. We give it a thick line, but I want to show the line all the way. We get another vertical line, but let's give it a point to stop on. Keeping it all long might be better. You can't do a proper ponytail. The way I have it, it just falls straight down your shoulder blade. It looks like a mullet. You could do a top knot, right? That's a style that works pretty well. I had to do mine kind of top knotty when I first started doing the ponytail, because I didn't have enough hair length, so it became like a top knot and then just loose hair on the bottom. Okay, I guess that's a cube directly under the vanishing point, which is, it's about as boring as a square. This is not the way I should represent a cube often. But it's a thing. Let's try again. Let's keep going. Let's just fill this with cubes. Again, the ruler, I'm skeptical. Stop drawing over the ruler and let's draw under it instead. I don't need to be reaching over to get there. I'm doing another tall cube, it looks like. Let's go ahead and give ourselves the bottoms too before we do the vertical lines. There we go. We kind of want to darken. Need to darken some of the lines that matter. Some of these are just giving us the line to the vanishing point, but some of these I want thicker. So they're representing the cube that's actually there. It's kind of picking spaces. Here we go. Box-like. Now, this bit here is, I said the whole thing looks a little off, but it's just, I think it's a lot of this and this that's causing my problem. That's an accuracy of putting down the line. On top, it's gone from short to several inches and undercut around the sides and back. Don't know any other females with the same hairstyle. Interesting. I immediately think of like a fade. When I envisioned that, but maybe because I spent most of my life in some form or fashion of a fade. I guess the big question is, well, do you like it? Does it sing to you? We're going to keep this up. And there's a staring at this. I don't know. The whole thing, of course, all of it feels just a little off, and I think I want to attribute it to the things we've circled, right? So it's not quite getting the vanishing point. Or maybe I just haven't seen perspective enough. Or maybe these lines aren't vertical enough. Because these lines aren't following any guidelines. They're kind of best is they're rulers that I'm trying to line up with the horizon line, but we're not, any number of angles I could be getting to misrepresent that. Love it. Takes minutes to wash and dry. Oh, that's a whole topic for me these days. Sounds like mine, but a bit shorter, and I got the idea from a pic of Natalie Dorner. Excuse me. The hair, I'm not used to having to spend this much time washing it. It's a big to-do. And I'm lucky if I feel comfy after one shampoo and not like rinse, lather, repeat shampoo. And then I'm in a current battle to figure out how often I have to or need to wash it, because they say not every day, but after the second day, my hair is real thick and oily, and it's a problem. Let's close that pen cap. Okay, let's freehand one and see what it feels like. And we'll do it here. Now this starts with the line. Alright, can we guideline all the way up with are we good enough to, close enough? What about here? Is that converging? We'll double check later. We'll double check with the ruler. One, two, three, 1, 2, and then this line here. Okay, so theoretically the box, freehand, that does seem to come squat out on the ends. Like these vertical lines feel off, but I mean, let's put it to the test. How far off were we on our lines? So let's do this in blue. We have a blue over here, so we can try to separate it from all the other colors. Oh, did I lose all my... Alright. Come on now. There we go. Kind of trying to use the vanishing point as a pivot point. Okay, so we can see that there were some... accuracy problems with where we placed all of our lines here. And even this one, this vertical line. Let's do this vertical line. This is where they meet. So it becomes... more like that. It all started with your Fallout 76 character. So yeah, wild assumptions here then. Started playing the game, really enjoyed it, loved the character creator, really liked the hairstyle. And then one day you were like, I'm gonna try it. Sounds like it's working out. That's always super nice, especially when you're cutting it short. That's always like, been a year and a half since I got a haircut. Think I want one to trim up the edges, but I'm not willing to let anybody get close to it yet. I think they're gonna fuck it up, take it too high, and take away like 6 months worth of work. Fuck them. I'll keep it in a ponytail. Nobody can. Because there's definitely like, it could be evened out across the whole of it. This whole thing could be touched up. But fuck them. Nobody can touch it. They can't have my hair. But that's fun. That's a fun place to grab your inspiration from. That's a game I would have played a lot more of if I had other people when it came out to play with. Let's try freehand from the top. Because now we're looking at the top of these, and they're all kind of the same. What if we were looking at the underside? Right? So we get our vertical line. It's all the same process, right? We get a box that's, heading towards the vanishing point. On both sides. Doesn't feel like it's going to be... we're going to go with that line. We're going to commit to that line. Ooh, that's a bad angle. It's all the rings are in the way. It was short, but even shorter on the sides. How'd you feel like immediately after? Like you're trying something new. It gets cut. You run your hand across the side of your head for the first time. That short, spiky feeling. Was it a good feeling? Was it a refreshing feeling? Was there any mild panic? All right, so this line now has to... Interesting. Because we're so close. Like, we're going to run into a problem. Because I think this is way off. It's so far off. That it's going to hurt my ability to draw the third line. So let's take a look at how bad. Okay. Yeah. No, I don't eyeball perspective very well at all. But we've got... Oh, that whole ruler rotated. What about the other side? Let's focus on the point as a pivot rather than the vanishing point, the corner. Oh, that's hard to move while that pivots. I'm also doing the overside of the ruler. That feels wrong. Nope. As soon as I find it in place and I go to move my hand while trying to press down. Those two lines weren't too terrible. You see this third line meets this third line. And it gets a little cramped. See, I'm like boring into this perspective. This vanishing point down here gives us a couple places for vertical lines. And that's our skybox. Which, you know, we would have been, if we can go look at our original lines and highlight them. Totally fine. Had it short for about 14 years now for the second time. Okay. All right. Sounds like, well, I guess about half your life then. What's the longest it's ever been? So I was looking at these lines, which would have given me like a box here, and I probably say this was the issue I was having. I was seeing this line, which gives me kind of this box shape there, which is terrible perspective. But I guess the question is the question is the question. How perfect should I be able to draw this perspective freehand, or does everybody always use a ruler? Is it a shortcut? Is it the thing I should be using all the time? I don't know the answer. I have this urge to be able to freehand the whole box, and I think that's the end goal. From perspective, from imagination, from any angle. Freehand. I think that's the goal. I think that's my goal. As I talked about, where I want to be able to do at the end of this journey is to just draw something from imagination, quickly, swiftly, have it look good, be able to go back and add layers and details. Quick, good-looking sketches transforming into, slower, more methodical pieces of art. So is laying down this perspective a part of the sketching fast-paced stuff, or should this be a sketching slow, methodical thing? There's definitely a portion where we start to do construction of human figure. It's coming up, where we take the human form, the human figure, or animals, or whatever object we're doing, and we break it down into these shapes in the right perspectives to simplify the object to help us come back later and draw all the detail. Right, that's coming up. That's kind of why we're doing what we're doing now. Trying to teach ourselves the perspective. Being able to draw a perfect perspective freehand feels more like a neat trick than a practical drawing skill. I think artists use rulers to make perspective lines and then erase them after. Probably true. Probably. This is definitely what I'm gonna take a note, because this is a question. We're gonna write down a question on our so we come back to it later. I'm gonna look this up a bit later, see what kind of opinions there are. Use of ruler. This is good. Coming up with notes and questions as I draw. It's going to help me tackle these topics in depth later. Gunfinger says this is also another great example of an actual art class coming in handy. Yes, an actual art class and an actual art teacher. I'm going to have to go and either ask a couple people, look up general opinions on, Reddit, or watch a few videos. Finding this exact answer feels like I need somebody to reach out to, like a teacher, and be like, hey, what's up? 50-50 on the short long, and you would use a ruler. Also, use of ruler when drawing shapes / perspective, and kind of a long-term versus short-term question, because it's like the Loomis head is a tool I use to understand the placement of the head, but the assumption is over time, you graduate out of the Loomis head and can freehand it. But we don't have to learn everything today. We can start with the ruler. Start to try to understand the shapes and how they lay out against the perspective, and then find the answers to our question. I don't think there's wasted time today if we stick with the ruler, I guess. Do we have an art teacher in chat with us already? That's a good question. I know a handful of artists that hang out from our D&D days. I should also reach out to them. All right, we're not out of space. We're gonna make space for our next slot, for our next box. I want to use as much of this page as possible. We're starting to see the smudges on that paper. Something I started doing yesterday was grabbing that paper and like using it to keep the oil of my hands off. So maybe we'll do that. I'm nearly a teacher and didn't finish the course. Well then, we'll lean into your ruler advice in Welsh. I appreciate the feedback. I'm kind of using the paper as a ruler now. Haha. I've found the secret. I can do both freehand and and ruler at the same time. I'm a genius. It's a very short box. My paper trick may be terrible. Let's all like flex a bit. It will help with the verticality of the lines, though. Look at that. It's a better edge to get the verticality. Perfect vertical area here. On this line, okay, I didn't start in the right place. So if I line up the center of that paper and put the pencil down, like you can see, there's no hard edge for me to draw on right here. So I can like kind of color in the line. Okay, so maybe paper's a problem. I didn't even write on the page that time. Oh, lines. Aren't you fun? All right. Well, at least we know why we're not doing the paper. We learned the problems with paper. Darken that line up. Yeah, I think I've got to take my time more. I'm seeing some of the problems here. Like right there. And they're not all lined up. Oh, I'm even drawing a bit off the screen. Pull this over. That pivot point feels good. This line feels fine. What feels off here? I think it's always, so far it's been the vertical lines. Now, I've got a solution. I've got this bad boy. But it doesn't, it's kind of, I don't have all the space free at the top of my desk to make this work. And I've got I'm doing spiral notebook. So maybe not, wait, from the side? I can turn the paper, wait a minute. Let's do another box. Let's do another box with a vertical line. We are rotating the hell out of things. Let's do a good vertical line. I'm a genius. I wonder when the oh no is coming. Yeah. At best, I'm clever. Sometimes. Okay. T-square. On the... we want a vertical line. I don't want to be so close to the vanishing point over here. And let's get rid of the reference for now, because we're definitely running out of screen space up here. So we can do a perfect-ish vertical line. The paper is going to be flush down here. Let's do a couple. Let's outline all the vertical lines on the box. Do some light lines. Let's see if we can't really take our time on a box. Okay, let's differentiate it from this bit here. Find that groove we're boring into the perspective line right now. Okay. Okay. Now, of course, the easy part of the assignment is that we're making up all of our lines. We're making up all of our cubes. There's not like an assignment for me to check if I drew the right cube. So we're going to have to figure out a way to exercise that at some point. Now, this is the line right here. It's got the final... Oh, wow, okay. Don't move that ruler. There's the line. Let me darken it up where it needs to be darkened. Check and darken up all of the important lines here, and then like set back and see how it feels. Feels curved right here. I think that's just me. It's a me problem. And I think what we just did in that one vertical line was we darkened it to hide an inaccuracy. Let's clean it up a bit. Do I have a set square or a triangle ruler? I do not. Yeah, all I have is this big. Well, unless you were talking about that. And I have this thing. Came with the disc. Sounds like another note to write down of things I need or should look into getting. Needs, I guess needs always a strong word, but I got enough tools. Wouldn't hurt to just add onto the pile. Let's look up this. What is this thing? A set square. What's this look like? Okay, I've seen these. I guess my brain would have said like protractor, but it's not. Those are rounded. Yeah, adjustable square. Yeah, that's not bad. Looks like they've got them for both art and like construction. Okay, so which lines feel bad here? Like, I guess I am looking down at the building. I want to make sure that at the cube, not the building. But I guess I look every time I see these, I think buildings. It's under another building. These convergent lines here, they don't feel there and there. They feel wrong, as if this one kind of curves in more. But let's take a note. Set a set square. Okay. Noted. They're fine. They probably are. Who are we if not our own harshest critics? And now this one over here looks a lot better now that, like, all the squares are... Like, alone it looks weird, but with all the other cubes, it looks like it's falling into place. We did that on the left side, right? So we have another page over here. Let's do it again. What do we want to do here differently than the last time? I like the location and the placement, and I want to do more boxes above the horizon. Let's... Is it... There we go. I want to make sure we have a perfect horizontal line to work with. As perfect as me holding this ruler is going to be. This T-square. T ruler. T-square. Giant ass ruler is going to be. We'll put the perspective points again, left side, right side. Nothing fancy for me yet. I've got to stop holding my pencil in this, like, thumb grip. So you're going to see me, like, adjusting my hand over and over. And then losing a lot of accuracy, because all my accuracy comes from the way I grew up holding the pencil. I wish that had been corrected. Most definitely our worst critics. I put my art down all the time. Hey, there you go. I think it's fine to be... I think it's fine to be harsh on yourself. As long as it's being done with in a constructive manner. I have more than one friend who are their harshest critics, but, like, they beat themselves up about it, and it's not constructive for them at all. And they know, like, outside of judging themselves, they know better. But it's really hard to see them, like, you know, get actually depressed from the amount that, you know, how harsh they are on themselves. I'm going to say things like, my art's bad, and it's bad because I'm new. That means I get to put the time and the effort and the energy into it. Let's do, what if we just do, like, I'd say we do, like, left to right, but kind of doing this up and down along the paper gives me more room. Or else I would just go, like, square, 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 square. Maybe lots of squares. Maybe tiny squares. Like a series of tiny freehand squares. Again, freehand, we just had this conversation. And I've received good advice. Let's start here. And we've got ourselves an angle we haven't seen before. And I think I need to cover... I think I'm using the ruler incorrectly. Like I'm often going against the metal, like this. And then sometimes I'm going under it, and I'm having a hard time getting the right lineup. And I think I need to pay attention, not just to where my pin goes, but where my eyes are in relation to that. Or get a better ruler. I bet there's just flat metal ones would be better for me. Yeah, that ain't good. Another tip is to stick with pencil until you've done all your boxes. Fair. What is if we by sticking to pencil? What have I done? This is not how you do this, right? No, this is how you do this. This is the first time I've been to the left of the perspective line, so we're seeing this for the first time. Would you mind elaborating on the stick to the pencil bit? Let's give our vertical line here. I don't know what order we want to do all these in, but we're doing them in an order. Okay. Yep, I'm wrapping my head around it slowly. And it vanishes that way. And then this point is the one that vanishes this way. See, I didn't know it all. We do still have reason to... No idea why I didn't why I'm not doing this. For all of the lines. Is the idea that I just kind of pencil in the boxes? Pencil could be rubbed out, pencil can't. Fair. I'm not doing a lot of erasing either. I'm kind of looking at bad lines and going, oh, good enough. And with these converge is a better place for the vertical line. But you can see we're not taking our time. Well, getting the verticality perfect, which is something we can do this way. We just went over this. Haha. We are looking at this box straight on. That's actually the whole of the result, isn't it? Which means we have a third line. We haven't... Yeah, we've done this line before, right? But we don't have three lines to this perspective. There's something wrong about this, right? It feels like I'm missing something. Because why? Where am I standing when I'm looking at these? Like, am I standing between these 2 points? I'm looking this way, and I'm looking this way. But because of the angle I'm standing, like this is not the perspective of me, right? Like it's... Just wrapping my mind around why I can't see the right side of the box. Because if I drew... Or the left side of the... Wait a minute. Gotta go pick up husband from work. Be back in a bit. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Drive safe. Alright. Let's take some of these lines and borrow them. probably realize why I'm doing all this the wrong way. That ruler moved on me. Need another vertical. Sorting out what this looks like and why it feels wrong. I mean, it feels better than the other one. This one does. This one feels good. Like this line here. Feels the most correct. But I think I need to draw some stuff over here to sort out some of these feelings. So let's do let's do a vertical line and go from there. Let's say right there. So line up this perspective. This vanishing point. Work orthogonal line. Stop moving the ruler. I'm gonna have to get a better ruler, I feel like. The edge on this is tough to work with. But let's see how let's see if I can get precision. Got to pick a spot on the top. And see where this line takes it. And back to the the second and third verticals. Imperfect solution, but it's getting the job done. Okay. Now, we did do some self-correction up in the top left over here. All right, if we zoom in, I'm going to mess with the camera. We're going to zoom in for real. Oh, that's pretty nice. That's actually a good framing. Real hard to maybe draw from here, but you can see camera. Right here, the vanishing point for these two boxes ends up being this tiny little corner section here. You can't point with your finger very well, so let's point with this pen. Fingers, big old thick finger, right? Hard to be precise. But the vanishing point of this box ends up being the center of the dot. This one I can't, it feels like it went wrong somewhere, but I think I'm just seeing perspective. Like these converging lines, this one goes center, this one meets center, this one a little low, but they all meet-ish. Is this line curved at all? Does it curve inward and lose its... See, it feels like it curves inward. If I put down a... Let's put down a red line. Let's mark the point. Set the pen straight up and down. That's a straight edge. Let's keep doing it. Let's do that 3 times. Get the feeling for the edge. Get the feeling for the perspective. Okay, let's do blue going the other way. Oh boy. That was just my finger. I mean, that's it. Is it the vertical lines that I'm seeing the problem at? Like, my eyeballs want to... I need to adjust, I guess, what I'm seeing to reality. And if what I'm seeing is correct, I need to know that it's correct. I've got a third color. I've got a couple more colors. Now, the paper needs to be aligned with the square. I think I've done it right there. Let's put the pen down. There's a little bit of a tilt. I still can't tell if it's the paper is misaligned because it's sitting on the notebook. And that might be my ruler problem. I push the notebook against the... It might be a notebook problem, but... Accuracy of marks. Now I use similar techniques for both of them. You can see the pencil curves in a bit. All right, so let's do another box. Not there's one or two things I could be doing, and putting down more boxes or being critical like this at the same time. I don't know which is more helpful, but we're going to freehand a box and check it. So we start with the vertical line. And we're going to be sketchy with this. Like, we're going to sketch it, because this kind of construction is something I want to use for sketching. So we're going to come back and kind of see how off we were, but we're going to give ourselves lots of lines, lots of sketching, searching lines. Try to find the boxes, the angles, the perspective. Maybe we don't need it so zoomed in this whole time. Let's there we go. Now what feels, and we got a free cheat line right here, what feels the worst is this line. I'm going to choose that path. The vertical line feels wrong too. I think somewhere in there and there. I don't know, I mean, I've probably got this camera all over the place. Let's capture the full board again. Let's capture most of the board again. We gotta get this angle correct. And I screwed this all up. I'm not gonna spend too much time getting a perfect camera, but I don't want it to be kind of like distorted for the view. That feels fine. Okay, so let's lock some stuff and move some stuff, because I have an idea. We're seeing a shifting of my table at the moment. I'm not sure how permanent any of it is, but if I take my webcam and move over here, this is probably easier to see. This is probably from the angle we're at right now. So anyway, we've got some lines. Let's erase a couple and really highlight the path we've chosen. Okay. Now let's measure it out. Let's actually see where these lines are. That one was the cheater line, so that one's fine. Close. Let's find my line perspective again, rotate the pivot point, and you can see we were better with our second searching line than we were where we decided to finish. What about over here? And then over here. here. Wild. Actually wild. I think... Did this line... Where am I putting... Am I putting the pencil dead center here? Because I think I just got a different line for the same measurement there. Which means actually this whole vertical bit needs to be... redone. And this vertical bit from here. Where are we putting this? Let's go from the bottom. We have kind of the intersection of all the lines right there. I mean, it looks super funky because we've got the sketch lines in there. But even then it looks super funky. Like, I'm coming from different perspective points. And or the verticals are bad. Maybe this vertical I've never come back to. And does that mean this line? I keep looking at this line. This feels bad. Like, that makes this one wrong too because we didn't connect it to the right point. All right, so we're like slowly working in on this line. Let's pull some marks up, and let's do it with this this nub of an eraser here. It's a little more accurate to erase with the one on the end of my pencil. Especially these thicker lines. There's some problems, but I think we've I don't know, did we freehand it? Well, hard to say. Let's try it again. I think freehanding and correcting feels fine. If I want to freehand one here, it's the vertical lines that seem to be giving us the most trouble. And keeping the form together. But let's do that light sketch thing again. That's not coming in. It's more that line. I think this line I want to check. I guess I'm going to check them all, but It is that line. See, this is this left side that gets me. Let's assume, we can't assume the vertical line is good. So the rest of the lines are going to come from that one. Let's nail it down. It curves a little bit to the left. Which is where we decided in that dark line. So let's back here. Same with this one. Still kind of eyeballing the verticalness with the ruler. We weren't too far off. You can see the sketch lines here were good. Here were better. I started seeing the convergence a little more. I think this is the line I want to see. I feel like we need to like super shift the perspective points and start seeing other things. Just kind of drawing boxes in space. Ooh, maybe try and do vertical lines last from the intersection of two vanishing point lines. Good thought. Let's try that. And I am kind of in this mix of, you know, understanding the perspective of these two lines and where boxes kind of look like in space. I kind of want to freehand a whole bunch of things, but I think this is starting here. Where do we want to do this? We need... Here. We're going to do... Let's see if we can do it in a color so I can draw over everything, but we could always just do a new page. I'm not limited by paper. Here, let's do a new page. So now I don't know quite yet what my final goal is here. I think we got some eraser nubs under this. Up. Wipe that down. I guess I do know what the goal is. I want to be able to draw cubes from any perspective from imagination. That is the end result goal. That's what I want to do. Now, freehand, mind you. I want to be able to do it all freehand. The bleed through on those is something. Let's do that point and that point. So as I use the ruler, as I decide how to attach the, approach the square, is there a better way to get after the goal of being able to freehand things? Being able to achieve my goal. Is this the way to do it? Am I learning the right tools right now to do that? Or are we just practicing straight lines on a ruler? Or by doing this, am I seeing the different shapes at the perspectives and understanding their form a little better? You can see right there and there, we're a little bit to the top of this one and the bottom of this one. So that's what we'll try to mimic from here on. So if I put the pen at the intersection, we make sure we do as best vertical as we can with this tool. We can even give ourselves the whole page to put that down. We've got a pretty good intersection. when building this now, I need to pick another point. When we do what we did before, we can build it from here. Pick that intersection. There's a little bit of a misalignment there. Let's try again. I don't know if that's any... It's gonna be better. It's gotta be better. So we'll start from this point now. We go to the top of that circle. Okay, okay. There's some vertical lines we'd put in. We'll darken the lines that matter, but I think we're putting down just a lot of them right now. Or we do what we have been doing, and we start from this point, the bottom of that circle. We get our line, which gives us the vertical point. We're going to need another line this way. The other vertical. I'm just going to go past it like we have been. Line up a vertical. I'm not going to take the whole page this time, so I can kind of see the box come to shape outside of the lines. Move my head a bit over the ruler. Guess we kind of asked for it looking like dead center in the page, didn't we? Let's clean up some marks and see what that leaves us. And I think that feeling that it feels wrong is the thing we're kind of learning when looking at the perspective. Cubes in space, if you will. We don't need to erase, every line, just the ones that are immediately on the box. So we can help form the picture. Maybe we'll even shade it if we feel it's the right box. Give the sides some value. Now it looks warped, but that probably has to do with the more narrow perspective and the distance of the box to us. It's definitely is bigger in the front, which that's the point, right? All right, one second, I got Buddy sending the messages. I can't even reach my keyboard to send him a reply back. I am in the art, the art pit, the cockpit of art, if you will. Everything is, I am closed in and surrounded on all sides. I'm like reaching around the microphone to get my pens, pencils, flavored water. Okay, so we've got a box in perspective. I think what we want to do, what I want to do next is try to construct a figure. We're going to go do the fun thing. And we draw just something fun. Flip through some manga, do a couple Loomis heads. I did say we would do some Loomis heads. Find a picture we like. So far, just a figure or character drawing each day. And try to draw it. And yesterday, we did a bunch of Loomis heads, and we used that method to an extent, right? A very beginner, my best attempt at it, to get a pretty good figure drawing. I would like to find something a little more full body today. And what I'd like to start doing is deconstructing or constructing, simplifying that figure in shapes, in 3D shapes. So maybe we need a couple of figures. Now, of course, there's plenty of figure pictures and notebooks out there, but I haven't done the homework today to get to the website and get the settings and the model choices. I guess I could do that. That might be better. All I'm gonna do is click the no nude portion, right? And then we'll do that. Yeah. Well, let's do some. Let's try to take these shapes and apply them to people. Roughly and terribly, but I want to start putting some of that time in, and then maybe in the last 2 hours, or about an hour of that work, and then we'll do something fun. We've kind of been doing the last couple hours of the stream, reference copy, a piece of manga we like. I think I like ending every stream with something to show off. So let's do that. I'm going to take a break, though. It's time to eat. I'm going to slam down some leftovers. About 10 minutes, no more than 10 minutes. And we'll kick this off, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. We will be right back. Okay, friends, foes, ladies and gentlemen, what's up? We're back. It's collarless Casey. I've I've not streamed without a collar on in like a year. Don't know why. Factory work, you know. So I had a little bit of factory work clothing. As in, I was trying to be a little more professional. But we've had a break from streaming. We've come back. A little bit of casual stuff. Let's express ourselves outside the comfy uh, fabric shirt stuff. I got nothing. Words are tough, guys, and it's not like we're here to do a bunch of words. We're here to put a bunch of stuff on paper while also words. Oh my I'm using I shouldn't do that. I'm using a little top container to put all the shavings from the pen, mechanical pencil, and then my markers are absorbing all the shavings. So we should just leave the sharpening bit over there to the right and keep the pens off of it. Now, that being said, I should find a way to sharpen these mechanical pencils a little better, a slightly better sharpener, but you know, it's just this thing that came with the leather pack we're using. I've got some pencils. We've got some pencils. We could be using, you know, any number of these things instead. But this has been nice, and it's not a super loud sharpener. That would be right next to a microphone. So, we did say we had a plan. We had an idea. Which means we're going to need the mirroring tech back up soon. We've got to restart the whole of it. Before I do that, let me find figure drawing? Figure poses? I think it's line of action. Yeah, line of action. We want only covered models. All genders, adults. I don't want to put a limit to these. So I guess 10-minute timers, and we'll manually move the stuff around. And immediately, I just got a super dynamic pose. And we're going to try to sort out. So, let's mirror this. Let's move our webcam back to the other side. It's where our reference sits. Bam. Art. Can I zoom in on this still? I can. You can see we've got 10 minutes per piece. We're not doing, this is meant for gesture. The website was, at least that's where I found it, and that's what it says. But we're going to use it today for a little bit of construction. That's a nice cube. Thanks, man. We drew a bunch of them. Wait a minute. Welcome to the stream. Here's what you've missed. A cube and a bunch of cubes. Because we are trying to understand how to draw cubes from perspective, from imagination. That's the ultimate goal, to be able to just put down a cube from perspective. And the idea, as I learned it, was this cube is being viewed from straight on. It would not look like this. And that's how I have drawn cubes till now. It would look like that if viewed straight on, because that's a square. It would instead have these contouring lines that follow a perspective. And that's the best I could do without like a ruler. And so we're starting to kind of put things down. Most of these are done with ruler. You can see a couple places over here where I've tried to freehand it and gotten it wrong. we're right in some of the lines, like over here for sure. I tried to freehand that. You can see we lay down the actual lines. But the idea is that we take a person, we take a figure, and we construct the person, the thing, we simplify it into a series of three-dimensional shapes. And the shapes I have to work with are the sphere, the cylinder, and the cube. And these cubes and these cylinders and these spheres can be morphed in various ways, and it's all the shapes you theoretically need. And that was the assignment I was trying to start off with today, but I was struggling with the cube. And I think I'm still going to struggle with the cube and the cylinder and putting down good looking lines. But if I can kind of capture the essence of this, I'll feel pretty good. I've been talking for 3 minutes. We're just gonna like pause all the timers. I'm in no rush. This is a random ass post. This is super fucking dynamic. Holy shit. Alright, I think we'll start like this area. I don't know how much of the page I want to take up, but I guess we're gonna take up a bit. So I would say his head feels like a cylinder. Alright. I don't want to just Loomis everything, but this head feels like, you know, a cylinder. Like we start here. Am I giving myself enough room to go up with? No, I'm not. I've got to bring it down. Glad to see you're finally using the pictures I sent you. Yeah, you're looking good, dude. You're looking great. I would search through anime and manga to find the right, to find pictures that are kind of the final style I'm going for, but we're it's hard to find a good dynamic full body pose to do this stuff with. So we're gonna use realistic stuff because we can come with style later. So we're gonna say cylinder, right? We've got a top of the head. It's kind of a flat structure here. He's got the chin, and it's all rounded. For deconstructing, we've got the torso. I would put what would I do? Like he's got shoulders, which we could spherical shoulders, and then a cube for the torso. But it's a cube that like shrinks. We're kind of looking straight on at it, right? But if I do the rectangle here, and then we follow kind of a diminishing rectangle. Is that fine? That's probably fine. That'd be the upper torso where the ribs are. Probably more perspective there, but we won't dwell on it. Very dynamic. That's the build I'm going for. I mean, I think that is pretty solid. I mean, a good muscular athletic thing. The beard's fabulous too. I think we can see the shoulder as a circle, but it's definitely bigger and higher. He's got big shoulders here, and then like shoulder, right? We've probably messed up here, and I'm seeing more of a angle on the line. On the back kind of takes a steeper angle. And now let's do some erasing. Let's clean up what we have and what we can see. because I don't want to confuse myself too much with too many of these lines. But some of them were needed to help shape the rest of their shape. Now, I've never done this before. Never done this before. Please be gentle with your critiques. Constructive with them, really. We learned we have a couple people that have taken art lessons that have shown up before. So, all right, the left arm, clearly a cylinder. Clearly, this is a cylinder. It's connected to the shoulder, right? The top of it is facing us, so we would kind of cylinder this, right? And it's about the size. The bicep is smaller than the head. I guess there's a joint. If we're talking like anatomy, we could always represent the space here with a circle. And then there's another cylinder that gets smaller. Again, another oval. This feels like it's working exactly as good as they said it would. I don't know if the proportions are correct. I guess that's something we should kind of feel out. The hand itself is probably a series of shapes that are broken down into like fingers and thumbs. And let's start with a cube for the palm. We've been drawing these, right? We know what to do, kind of. Then again, they can be morphed, so I guess perspective's a bitch. I just ignore all the perspective and draw shapes. There's a whole bunch of finger action, and I think what we're seeing better, if we look at this line here, is that a better, like a better way to look at that square? Oh, now it's messy as hell. All right, we'll come back to this bit and leave it kind of, I'll leave it raw. And we're gonna come to the rest of the body. So the shoulder here, it looks vertical, but it's leaning out just the slightest amount. So maybe exaggerate the pose. It comes to about the same point. We can imagine there's a circle for the elbow, and then the hand is forms another cylinder that comes in. We're not trying to get necessarily the full gesture, but the wrists are lined up. That's nice. And also the cylinder shrinks. I mean, I kind of put a forearm curve in there, so oopsie doopsie. Actually, the deconstruction of left arm, I can kind of see where that shape would go, because I'm looking at this new one. The new shape looks more like the old shape. Like, we could kind of see that. Where would I put this cube? Like, if we just do the whole hand as a cube, it would be slightly away from the camera, which means a smaller edge and a larger edge, which is just a normal set of contour lines, right? But I want to do this. It's a little small, but I think the idea is there. So let's... I guess the hand is pretty small. Make it a little, just a tiny bit bigger. And this line should be getting wider as it gets closer to the camera. I can put those in. So this hand, what I was saying I was seeing in a cube, because we're just cubing the whole hand right now. I guess we're cubing the palm. Was more of a shapes out a bit from the wrist, right? But it's mostly on the left side. So if I can kind of show that. It's not, that's a bit big. I meant to shrink it down. I don't think I did anything different there. I think what I'm not seeing is I need to see the third side here. Because this hand is straight on, but this hand's to the left. So if I want to do this, I should do the cube in a way that, like, vertical line is here, going over. Giving us a, ooh, that perspective, that line that's out here, we can copy that. So many erase marks. Let's get the good eraser out. Let's really hit this area. There we go. So we're seeing this line, and I want to be similar. Like the perspective is kind of out that way and kind of, you know, closing in. The other line, this perspective. We have this perspective here. We should be using it. I kind of set a line there and a line up there. Would that be better suited, like a short, narrow? Might actually be better suited that way. Yeah. Now we've just made a box. I would have liked to have made this a little longer. So what would that look like? Alright, too much on the hand. It's very fucking hard. That being said, like, we didn't cube this at the right perspective either. But we are looking at this more straight on, but then this is sideways, so it's a different shape of a shape. None of this is in perspective, I guess, is the point. So let's take our... We're going to undo, and then undo, and then undo. It's where the digital pad is good. Control-Z, Control-Z, Control-Z. We could really experiment. But if we stick to some perspective lessons we've been having, and we just say this is a cube of a shape. Does that feel any better? Then kind of the same over here. Vertical line, perspective I'm eyeballing. we'll let it go kind of under the wrist here. We need to clean up that series of scratches. Oh, that is wide. That's not converging on a point at all. That is, though. Okay, that feels better. Now we're also seeing a disappearing of our lines because my hand is moving over the paper. We're spreading hand oil, and you know, that's fun. We don't want to do that. I don't want to have to keep darkening these lines. So let's do our trick. I mean, the thing people do. Paper for my hand. All right. So the thing we don't have now is the booty. There's a big old butt there. I feel like this is easily represented with two circles. Now, it's the lower torso, which, you know, I've seen represented with the spine, with the cylinder. I've seen it done, right? Like a little spine is coming, like, say, out this way. We could put a cylinder, you know, in the middle section here, and then give it a curve. Copying things I've seen, and we'll see if it feels right at the end. Right, like a little noodle thing, little spine extending out from the center line here. Is that connecting the center line? See, that's a problem. Yeah, but it's something we can fix. It might not be a problem. It feels like a problem. Mind you, this is all coming from a super inexperienced artist who has watched more beginner videos than he's spent time drawing. Drawing? That feels like a bad line. It feels like it's more here. We could measure it. This is almost a perfectly horizontal line. But if I want to put the center of the circle there, can I? Is that a technique? I mean, it's more of an oval for the cylinder here. I think we're doing it at an angle. Oh, so many. Oh God, so many lines. Can you all even see? So many scratchy, terrible searching lines. We try to. We're literally searching for the line. And then we cylinder it at the angle we want. We make almost the exact same shape, but it is hidden behind this line here. Simplified. Big old booty circles. All right, big old booty circles. So this line, like the top of his head, the butt is higher than the top of his head, right? By a little bit, by an amount, about half a head length, so about that. So eyeballing again, we can build ourselves a big old circle. Like, we are simplifying, but it's going to help us get the shape and the pose. We get another shape, another big old round circle, which is, you know, the least useful of our shapes. And I'm going to try to commit to some lines here. And then immediately you see that this line should be out a little more. Like it comes from here, right? But it's... Boom. Alright, so first things to note, things I'm seeing. This is, flatter, and this is more this direction. Not maybe flatter, farther out. We're drawing, we're seeing, we're gonna redraw. Lots of eraser marks. So I'm feeling more here for the first one, and like down here for the second one, because this is a big part of the thigh, and we see that line still kind of creases this way, but it feels like a better circle. We just have to have, slightly other part of butt back there. Although now this cylinder, this line feels, this is the line of action right here. Maybe it's not the line of action, it's the line of the spine. It's the line of the spine. Unfortunately, no song request stuff up. We are just playing the simplest copyright-free lo-fi I could find. But I do. I'm gonna make a note. Evanescence Tourniquet on the bottom here. I'm gonna listen to it off stream. Ignore that, too many windows open. Now I want to know what it is. I have this problem where I listen to audiobooks and, YouTube and video games and all those things way too much. And I don't listen to music. And I haven't really listened to music regularly for, 15 years. And I'd say I'd like to make a point to try to. But I don't, and I should. I really should. Thing I'm seeing here, and we've erased and redrawn this so many times, I'm going to move on. As I think this circle moves up a little more, and then we'd be fine. And so if I move on, I mean I'm going to do it again. I think the first butt cheek's pretty good. This one, I think, just comes up a bit. Now, it's big, and it's in front. That feels bad. A lot of searching lines here, but I'm seeing the shape kind of come out. Now, we're simplifying. And I see we've already got we've got a problem. Maybe the torso here, this length is a bit long. And so we end up with, this leg's going to come down here, but it is significantly closer to the arm than we've drawn. So we've drawn... We've done a thing. We're going to keep going. At this angle, we're going to try to keep the general shape, but without erasing half this piece. Fixing this is, I guess, not the lesson I want to learn right now. Song request on another channel. So, Mego streams out there. Yeah. Alright, so this is a big cylinder. A leg here, big cylinder, right? And it's coming down mostly straight. Almost to a knee, which right about there. The guy's got big old legs. The knee joint itself, we can give that a circle. And we've got a series of cylinders. This one, if we just cylinder the leg here, it's looking wild. We're definitely not getting the depth that the photo shows. But the sphere, the top of this is here, and we get a shrinking cylinder, a narrowing cylinder. We get the foot, which we can represent with a ball, and I think a cube. Kind of a... Because I see the foot like here in this angle. Cubing that, simplifying that. In perspective would be easier, right? Oh, look at this line. This is kind of kept some perspective. How would I do that with this foot? Could I see it with? Can I visualize it with this foot? I'm looking at it. Just barely. I think I see something. Just barely. So I see kind of, oof. I was gonna say, I see this, like a little part of the foot that kind of does like that. And we're just drawing way at it. Alright, so I'm supposed to draw a cube, keeping in mind this perspective of the rest of it, but it doesn't mean that the cube has to be oriented the same way, or shaped the same way. Maybe we don't make this out to be more difficult than it is. Because if we just do the lines that I see, you know, we get this shape here. Kind of. Line here, line there, a line there, a line comes up, right? So if I break that down into simplified shapes, we could get a cube here. And then a series of like cubes for toes. Gosh, I'm gonna look at some examples in a bit, and that's how we're gonna really figure out what this kind of how people simplify these limbs. But for now, let's make the cube all cube-like. In weird, crazy perspectives. I'm just gonna fucking leave that alone right now. Alright. Oh, he's got this other thing going on down here. There's a, you know, a knee behind the butt. This is gonna be another cylinder. Way up here, we're kind of reaching out of the page. We might end up squishing some of this. Like, alright, boom. I say boom, we're at the tippy top of said page. Let's put our, whoop, I think we've gone to the next one. There was a box down there I wanted to do. We don't get to choose typically, right? We just do whatever random one pops up. that I'm here looking for super dynamic, super fun things that I want to draw. And I shouldn't. I should just be going. There was a line here, a box, and I wanted to see that, and I accidentally hit the next button. Oh, so much erasing. So much erasing. All right, let's try this one smaller. We took up more than half the page. Let's frame it. So I can fit 2 here, I think, if I give myself working space. Maybe 3 now that now we're gonna draw over our note. We'll draw over our Evanescence Tourniquet song request. Now, Evanescence came out when I was quite a young lad. Is that a newer song? I think I heard. Have they come out with something new? Did I hear that they had come out with something new? Have they always been coming out with new stuff? This is when I say I'm super behind. All right. We're just looking to simplify the shape. Oh, I'm gonna need a new eraser. I mean, with all the erasing I'm doing, I get to use a second eraser nib. We'll move this camera just a bit. I think we just have to dynamically, constantly change the camera to fit whatever our needs are for the moment. There's no perfect angle for me. Unfortunately, because it's kind of what I want. Oh wow, there's so much of this left that it's a shame I've got to pull it out. But when you put the next one in, like, there's not a lot of room, excuse me, on the eraser. It was, yeah, let's put it back in. I want to reverse it. Do I get any more eraser out of it? It's like right there, and I don't want to like lose the eraser in the... It's just a shame that there's not like a twisting or a better method. Not the eraser we use for the most part. Like we try to use the kneading eraser. I don't think there's enough room to worry about the paper. All right, this form. What do I see when I look at it? I've seen some torsos do like this rib cage shape out of their ovals. Getting the gesture here, I'm not amazing at, but if we give it a run, there's a reason why we would do it. Oh, is my timer going? It isn't. It's still paused. Good. All right. So, you know, circle head. Kind of give the face, you know, an outline. Chin here. Right, we've got a shape. Really light. Now the idea, I think, and I say this stuff out loud and I'm getting my thoughts out, but that doesn't mean these are the right answers. These are just the thoughts. So the idea, I think, is to find the shoulder. Now, don't want to confuse the neck with the shoulder, because the shoulders themselves are just kind of outside the head on both sides. And I feel that the shoulder has this like curve to it here. The body, this line, the simplified, comes back as a slight C curve. What's the head, torso, like twice the body? We get the waists, which are back from the camera, a little smaller. One of them, one of the hips, just past the shoulder, and the line comes down. Is it just a straight line there? And this part of the curve, this part of the hip, over and back. I think the foot, I mean, the foot's behind. So do we get the motion? Am I capturing any motion? I mean, probably not capturing a whole bunch of motion here. I'll also find that poses like these are always, they feel harder because they don't look natural. So it's hard to see, for me, if I'm doing anything other than like a, like this just looks like a stick figure. A bad stick figure. Let's try to add the Proco Bean real quick. Just a nice light circular torso. Right here. And then the second torso, this is the stretched portion of the back. Watching a lot of Proco. Now this is that ribcage shape I've seen. But we're going for simplification. We're looking for more three-dimensional shapes. So let's give there's a cylinder here. And it's almost vertical now that I'm looking at it. Almost vertical. So we need to bring it in to that vertical. It does go to about the torso. There's a joint, which we bring in with the ball. Another cylinder. Now the top of this cylinder seems to be down here. Very narrow oval. In fact, the top might be down here as well. Like right here. For this cylinder. Which would get rid of this line. There's a widening here. You could probably thicken that line a bit. And then the hands, which, you know, let's go ahead and do just a cylinder here, and we'll block out the rest of it with some kind of non-cube shape. All right. And again, that's the sphere. We've got the chest here, which I think cube-like. We just cube this up. I mean, we drew a square on it. Is that cubing it? Do I do more vertical lines here? In fact, the chest, you know, that's the general direction of the chest. But do we, like, you know, flatten out the cube? I don't think we do. Again, this is one of those I need to go watch some other people do this. She's got these next that'll maybe help give me an idea of where things are placed. Chin flat, comes up. I mean, bop, 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 bop. The proportion and the size, I think we're closing in on something, but we ain't there yet. This is the side that we see, the top of the cylinder. It's actually more rotated. Even bigger. And it does shrink a bit. Oh, that's going to be a circle, but as we look at the cylinder first, that should be the end. Circle for the, or sphere, I guess in this case. And then another, the cylinders we're getting pretty okay at. I'm okay with, you know, drawing a bunch of cylinders on this thing. This is slender and it does shrink. It doesn't quite make it to the body. And we can even give ourselves a nice sphere for the wrist. Work that spacing out. The thumb, you know, is a cube, which we've, you know, not cubed any of our cubes. We've squared them. So let's cube it. And then the rest of the hand. Now, what I'm seeing immediately is the perspective, not perspective, the proportions on this side feel fine. Which means this hand and this whole chest, torso, needs to be elongated with the hand. We're going to accept that currently as a learning point. And we're going to write it down. We're going to write down, put some lines on it. Right, we just go... This side's the wrong side, so let's... get a note here. Too small over here, especially because this is more, it's a little forward. It's a little forward. We're gonna see if we can't capture the rest of this. We did do two spheres before. Does this, I think spherical doesn't work as well. Maybe the back end of it, like we start the sphere. That's just a lot of searching lines, but then the cylinder is here. And that from this angle we yeah, this is the direction. We get the knee. Maybe not even at that extreme of a sphere. Ooh, we are scratching. There is nothing sure happening in here. We are not committing to our line. Just give it a small oval. Do our knee. And this line, it looks like it's straight. Feels straight. It's extending towards the camera. So again, this sphere, the more visible at the bottom. We've got the joint here. Can I, so I want a cube that has, you know, this front facing angle. Like, is there any perspective to reach from? Is So what we're there are several mistakes, and when we think about like the fundamental of what I'm seeing, let's talk about it. So this group of spheres, this group of cylinders, excuse me. I'm going to highlight that over here. Let's see if we can think about this shoulder piece. The first sphere is going away from me. At an angle. If we're center line, you know, we see the kind of shaping lines of the arm. Behind it is the elbow. And then even going farther backwards, is the rest of the hand, right? So then, is it? The arm's going, this arm's going backwards here, and then backwards there. To represent that, this is still the forward facing, this is still this visible top. Then now we come down. The lines, you're looking away from them. I mean, I just want to do that, but that's not, that doesn't feel like it's going backwards. Hey, Okar. Yeah, we're trying. We started off with trying to jump right into this, and then I realized I needed to work on perspective and shapes, and now I'm kind of seeing why, because the whole of this shape, you know, doesn't seem to be telling the same story as the whole of the pose. So I'm looking at this one arm, and you know, if I make that a cylinder, like the shoulder is definitely forward facing. Like this is a shoulder joint. Let's just say the shoulder, you know, in front of that line, it's a sphere. We can make it a sphere. Simplest form, no perspective required. So now I do the cylinder. As it shrinks, it works away from me. You know, is it the angle that I'm not seeing correctly? It might be the angle, because this is definitely more horizontal. It looks like it needs to be more this way. The pose, the gesture of this thing, let's try that. It's not something I'm good at either. Kind of has a flowy nature to it. All right, and that's, I don't know if that's motion or not, but I'm seeing that angle. And so maybe I can try to capture that with the cylinders differently. Ooh. I need to sharpen some stuff. Let's do just a quicker cylinder. I don't know why I decided to go overhand there, but we did. We do the ball joint kind of behind it and, you know, extending from it. And we get this is just more of a narrow sphere. And then down. No, again, simplification of the shape. Does that feel more three-dimensional? I feel like we got closer. We got a little closer with the view. This feels like it's on top of that Does this feel like it's going backwards and away from the camera? And how would we tell that? You know, how would we know this is going away? Sorry, I'm thinking out loud. Feel free to answer any questions. This is the self-taught artist problem. I watched some videos last night, you know, try to understand what I wanted to work on. Try to give myself feedback from my understanding of the topic. And that, yeah, I think that feels good. That feels better than what we put on the paper here. It feels like it's got dimension. Now that might be, is it mostly because there's, like, we're not covering it with a line there? Like, we don't see the whole circle. We've purposely hidden it behind what is in front, and we've done it at each of these junctions, drawing front to back. And we got the angles better too. Okay. Let's try this pose again. New page. Well, let's give ourselves time to study the figure. Okie dokie. Make sure I don't have any hidden messages. I got a nice little clutter of things right here in reach. My desk is a complete catastrophe. Alright. If we're going to use the whole page, we're not going to try to... We're going simplification. We're going to see if we can get the pose looking like the pose. So, just a circle for that. Is that big? That feels kind of big. What if I, instead of enlarging it, just try to keep it the same size as what I'm seeing? Y'all can't see shit. That's fair. We'll darken lines as I'm sure of them. I guess this is, this is a journey for me. Not for, if I was trying to do everything to make sure you guys were entertained. I might get my own way here. It's a distinct, tough line though. Alright. So, let's start with a ruler. I'm going to put the ruler kind of over the iPad. I'm going to draw lines for the top and the bottom of the head. There's the chin. We're going to say that's the bottom of the rib cage. The bottom of the torso, kind of. I need a more distinct, visible line, though. Because it's the bottom of the rib cage, but she's kind of scrunched into it. Let's just give myself a knee line. The top of the knee. Okay. Just label the... We don't have to label them. I can see them. It's right next to the screen. So I give myself these lines. We can do the head. And is that really... The head looks big. But that is the bottom of the chin and the top of the head. So if we draw a nice, like, circle here. Alright. We can give that some scratching, searching lines. It's just a circle. That is a sphere. It's going to be forefront to the neck. This was the waist, the bottom of the torso, top of the torso. She's got a big torso, and we can do this simplified sphere. Now we know the neck's going back, and the sphere is, let's just do it behind the neck. The torso itself, we can do the bean to try to make sense of it. Just trying to get some circles. We did this before. This was the knee, and the butt kind of comes to here. We get the overall shape. She's leaning back. We get the shoulder and the neck, right? All here. Oh, I didn't. There's just no room on this page if I'm drawing this wide. Why is it so wide? Bum 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 bum. I don't know why the neck was just like size of a small country. Let's try it again. I think most of the spaces I need is on the right, and her face is an elongated oval. Like it's not a regular circle, right? The regular circle of a face would be here, and we did like, I don't know, perspective and Loomis, and it's there. Okay, I give that more of a solid line. Now the cylinder is for the neck is behind the head, right? This line here. It does get wider. She's got a big neck, and we give it a maybe not so wide. A lot of searching, sketching lines. We're gonna stay in that space for a bit. The shoulder that's out here, I guess center line. Maybe we do the center line. We do that gestural line because she's doing this shape back, this shape down. We've got the hip line already, where she comes, you know, down and over. I feel like this line has the curve, almost a very slight S curve. We get the hand right above the knee here, coming down from here and over from the shoulder line, which has got a big curve. This line almost to there, and on the hip right here. Does that feel gestural enough? All right. It doesn't seem solid enough. We took some liberties with lots of searching lines, but let's see what we can find. So the chest could be a proper cube. It's got just the upper portion of the chest. It's not quite facing the camera, maybe a little taller on one side. It comes back a bit. Try not to use the bathing suit strap as the line here, but if we're simplifying, let's just bring it down to a flat perspective, easy to do cube. All right, let's simplify the simplification for me. It's got, let's do another cube, and this one's, you know, built off of this one. We got a nice flat line there. Part of the problem is when you're doing this cube, I shouldn't be doing straight on perfect rectangles here. There should be some lines as I kind of come in. I'm looking at it from on this sheet. Well, I guess almost straight on from the photo, but we're kind of imagining now with this bit that it's coming at us. It's to the left of us, I guess is the word I'm trying to say. Which would cause these lines to find a different perspective. Like we would definitely have more like a horizon up by the eye line, if we can imagine that, and it would come up. But all right, boxes. Let's do our terrible boxes for now. Simplification. This shoulder is a sphere. We've practiced this whole sphere section. So let's do that. We get the cylinder behind the sphere, but all still kind of in a straight line, like we're coming here with it, right? We know where we're going. We've got the just draw a line as a guide. This sphere needs more sphere. And this needs a line. Let's put down a mark. Actual mark. Then realize our lines are a little shallow. Ooh. No. If we're gonna mark dark, be sure. We're gonna leave space in that angle. There we go. Get rid of some of these lines. Help the shapes really stand out as distinct bits. As shapes. It gives us time to do the elbow behind the cylinder. And like we did on the previous page, the cylinder behind all of that. Now, I think we still want a little short and stubby. Make this extra a little more difficult to line up, and you see we're picking our lines still. Let's get in there and take out, clean it up just a bit. There we go. Okay. I mean, not the best circles in the world, right? We do a lot of cleanup here, but we're getting a shape. A person. Big, boxy person. One thing these shapes are doing is it took away, I guess, this gestural line is a word we're saying a whole bunch of times today, because I learned a word, guys, and we're going to use it. Anyway, this line of action, this motion is kind of lost in the box. And on top of that, I'm seeing an inaccuracy. Is that the box in the front, oh, does her back extend farther than her butt? I can't see it. I can see there's a lean forward. which makes me want to shorten the top of this box here, maybe even to something like this, in line with what's below. But also we're missing this like whole curve here, and I don't know if that's, you know, something we want to do or maintain this simplified shape. I think for now we're gonna do our first instinct and shorten that box. Can we add, I mean, I guess we can do anything we want. It's our art. You know, just adding a curve here. Tell a better story? Or are we just getting feminine with our boxes? Right, because we see this line we were kind of searching for over here. Now, there is still, this is like the whole top half of the torso. The bottom half of the torso to deal with. And it comes in a few possibilities. I think one of them, easily, is this leg, which kind of, I mean, is in front of what is most of the bottom of the torso, which, you know, we could box out again, but I'd like to do kind of this cylinder here, and it's big. This is a big cylinder, and it does come out to the hand here, so this is fine. It's almost a straight line on both sides. It does get a little smaller, and then we should see, you know, an open end. We should see the bottom. This is the portion of the cylinder that's closer. Now the knee is in front, so it would take up this portion, and we'd neaten up that line in a minute. But then in front of that is this shin, which gets thicker and smaller. But if we want to simplify it, not that much of a line decrease. I guess this goes to the bottom of the paper, and that's got to keep, we got to keep that in mind. It looks big, but it's also right in front. So let's take out some of these searching lines. Take out the things that are falling behind all of our shapes, because these are the things that are up front in the picture. And I think that's where we got our depth at last time. There could be shading when we're done, right? We could shade. Oh, lines are hard, y'all. There, I'm just squeezing the hell out of my thumb again. Let's not do that. Let's put down smooth lines and a proper tripod grip. All right. Let's get the thing in the forefront up here. In fact, let's even reline up this cylinder. Alright, because this is going to be intruding on this cube, and these just draw lines, and I'm going to leave this line here, kind of looking at the shape of the line. I mean, the cubes don't have to have sides that are all the same. Like, we could do a cube just like this. And that's taking, that might be, I mean, there's a smaller waist, and that might help the hand as it comes down. The curve on the back is just, you know, cube nonsense, but I'll take it. All right. Enough lines. Enough of the bad lines. Let's do some clean up. Let's finish to that. This head thing. Now, because I've cubed portions of it, I kind of wouldn't mind cubing some of this face. We could definitely break her down into several shapes, but I almost think we've got a... So we've got a center line, right? For a cube. That comes down to here. And we can make this... Well... We could screw with the perspective of everything else. Let's think about how we approach this one. Do some cleaning up. So the vertical line is there. This could easily be, you know, a front face. I need kind of multiple... Let's feel this out. She's definitely... I have no idea. Like the perspective, you can rotate a box in perspective. And perspective doesn't have to line up with the other shapes, it has to line up with itself. And this could be a rotated box. It would need to be maybe pulled over if we're going to do it here. Like a middle line there maybe. It would have to be lower and then go up and over to there. Alright. I don't think I can place this cube in the right rotation to make it feel good. So we're gonna stick with a, what? A sphere? A box? We're simplifying this. It doesn't all have to be one shape. A big circle is easy. And it's, you know, kind of where we started. I'm even like person shaping it a bit. So let's just stick with that general idea. And go to the next piece. So this shoulder is on level with the other shoulder and in front of our, it's in front of our cube. It has the, let's go ahead and big shoulder. It's got that sphere that's, the cylinder, excuse me, that's behind. The line comes down. Not quite to the waist, just above. And it's roughly the same shape it starts as. We've got the elbow kind of in front, but behind it's still a joint, right? So I feel like it still hides in the center. And then the elbow, or the forearm, cuts just in front of it. And we're going to borrow this gestural line. Almost to, and we got to watch where we think the thigh is going to come. Because that's the end of the line. Let's darken up. Let's commit to some of these lines. And I think, I mean, we've got to clearly get rid of this bit here. Like this shoulder, the corner of the chest, it's all in front of. And it's big. There's shoulder back there, right? That's gonna connect some of this muscle, but this is a big sphere. It's big and it's in front. Scratching lines, we should stop that. Which gives this, yeah, it's a little too big. But its placement's about right. That feels better. Which means this line there we go. That feels better. Ooh, that's a straight line. We still want that cylinder shape. And I will reiterate, I'm talking out loud, not from a perspective of expertise, but I'm thinking my problems out loud. So, you know, definitely take everything I say as the right and correct answer. Ooh, that's a lot. I keep saying searching lines because I keep doing it, and I know what it is. Now I think one of the things we have to do is reverse, yeah, that cylinder there. There we go. Shoulders a bit something. Okay, let's not redo all the lines I'm seeing. Let's try to stick to the project and finish it. So we don't have hands, which are always a problem. Let's put a wrist. Give me a wrist joint to flex on, and we'll do a thumb cube, which is coming at the screen. So get a good tripod grip. Let's rotate things around. It's small, so getting this little bit of 3D was kind of tough. Of course, there's another joint there, and like a finger, like right in here. Just give that a sphere, color it in. The other joints we have, you see the hand kind of does one of these around the backside. So what I want to do is keep this backside like a sphere. Now it's behind most of what we have. Not that big. Doesn't protrude that much, but we're simplifying, right? So simplification also a method to get the accuracy. Let us try to commit what am I committing down here? Can I do another boxy shape? Is that even correct? we have this. Like, theoretically, another cylinder. Like a cylinder to an opening, or to the front side. And then we kind of squished what remains in here. The knees are actually kind of on level with each other, which is great because that's, I can see it now because we're breaking it down, which means what? This leg isn't this high, it's got to come down, and this has got to come in, right? Can we do more with this? Does that feel better? Again, I'm redrawing things over and over because the lines are getting hit by my oil on the hands. Okay. Let's do this part here. I think I have an idea. This one goes backwards, but the D's in front of it. So we want to do like a... I need to give it dimensions, kind of, but it's all hidden back here. You know, it definitely falls, it definitely ends at a point. It's not at that angle. And we're searching a bunch. Let's get rid of some of our search lines. Let's actually, here, let's pull a ruler out for some of this. Here's what I'm feeling. There we go. Let's get that. That's a much better lineup to the rest of it. I mean, there's some problems, but none I'm gonna beat myself up about yet. Because there's definitely an end to this. That's right about there. Whew. And this is why we're not doing this on a timer. Alright. Now I wanted to do the butt before the hand. And I'm gonna visualize and just throw down a circle. So as I kind of take this around, you'll forgive me all the inaccuracies. Let's just, there it is. But, and it feels less scratchy, but it shouldn't be necessarily. All right, so the hand is kind of on the butt and behind the butt. To simplify that, I was just thinking we would draw it behind, but it's more than that. It's more than that. And then he draws a square. Fingers are hard even when they're cubes. Because there's even a big old cube coming down here, ain't there? I'll rather do hand studies at some point. I'm just not feeling it now. bop, bop, bop. No idea where we would cube any of these things, if not at all. So, just gonna have fun with that. Oh, man. Alright. There's no right answer to simplification, but there definitely feels like a wrong answer. Time to find something fun to draw. I think we're done. We studied for most of today's session. And I have my own ideas and critiques. Like, these don't look like, not all of them look like three-dimensional shapes. We can start to see it here. You know, each shape doesn't necessarily stand out on its own. Actually, like this mistake down here. This is actually, like, that's this angle of the line. All right, you can kind of see that there's some shapes. This is not curved enough here. Right, they were very flat lines. You know, these cylinders need some work. I need to practice art of cylinders. Clearly this line here, like this whole leg, I think could be moved down to this space. You know, perspective, cubing, marking, confident circles. Like there's a lot of little things that make this product look, this final product, gives it problems. None that I'm not willing to at least put down and talk about. Right, I want to take away some lessons as far as like things to work on. So I've got to be my own teacher here. I've got to look down and identify places of improvement. That's what we're going to write down. So areas of improvement. And the problem is I'm probably just going to write every fundamental down. So I will try to restrict it to 3 things that come to mind. So we'll say top 3 things to improve. All right. So right off the bat, I want more confident. I want the lines to be better. And lines build into shapes. So that, you know, the marks on the paper, yeah, I think they're only as good as they are now because I'm writing, erasing. So how about we talk about getting the sketch down, like separating sketching and the line work. So the sketching, I'm putting 2 things in it, but you know, oh god, how you spell sketching again? Sketching, sketching. My brain is fried. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's how you spell it. Wait. Alright, yep, that's how you spell it. I had it confident. And there's a T and the C and the sketching. ETC. Yeah, alright, brain fried. sketching. We're going to call that, lines and shapes. Proportions were better once I do the lines, but they weren't natural. Like, I wouldn't mind taking parts of the body for the first part. I wouldn't mind taking parts of the body and like we did before, and just kind of like finding the shape work. I do need to review. I need to go. I've got a couple Proco classes that cover this topic, so probably an overview. Watching him do it, watching him critique other people, we can find some stuff. So let's go ahead and put like, review material, just general overview of the material. What that is going to do is tell me that the big glaring obvious things that I wasn't aware of going into this. Like we started trying to do this at the beginning of the day, and realized we needed perspective and shape work. And so the last thing I'm going to say is go take that perspective class before you take the construction class. So I like what we've done here. I've got two things to do. We can go back and review the material on construction of the figure. We can see some other critiques. We can, get the fundamental overview of the product. Take the perspective class, because we spent the day. We spent the day figuring out perspective. Like, I even drew a vertical line because I wasn't quite sure how orthogonal lines and vanishing points worked. We were guessing from memory poorly. So we started 2 classes ahead, and we need to go like 2 classes back, which is fine. It's something we're going to stumble into often because we don't know what we don't know. And I'm trying not to sit down and watch videos through my stream. Right? I want to do this video work before we sit down. So this is work, not work. This is drawing. We're going to draw on stream. We're not going to often. It might happen occasionally. Watch somebody's video. So 2 things to do, and then one thing I would have liked to have done first is kind of sketch this whole thing out a little better, and then over the top of it with darker lines, and that's something I'm gonna have to work on. Generally, I'm not unhappy. This is a step. We're taking a step. So, I'm going to take a few minutes, stand up, move around. I'm going to grab, I've got a soda here, use the bathroom. And then we're going to search for something fun. We're going to draw something that's not, poses or people. I love how I zoomed out and it's just like, we're going to refresh. That's how I can do it that time. Anyway, we'll be back. BRB. I see one for Kaiju number 8. I can do that. I can do that. I like Kaiju number 8. I bet I can find something good. I have been going directly through the chapters of stuff to try to find something. It could be an answer that I just need to look up some stuff online in Google. But I never know right away. It's not necessarily the easiest thing to do is to find something that's I don't want to copy. I don't want to draw from reference that's fan art. I want to draw from reference that's source material. So that's like a whole nother layer. I know Kaiju number 8's on Shonen Jump, so that's where I'm scanning for it. And I bet they've got some good compositional pieces. That's the word we use, right? That's an art word. Composition. All right, where are you, Kaiju? I have to do a search. It's on the top stuff for sure. Let's see. Aliens and monsters exist. I've seen it on here. All right, we're gonna have to actually search this series. Kaiju number 8, 140 chapters, 11 volumes. Let's heart that. Let's go and pull it to the art side. Art scene. Very first chapter. Or just do the nah, I'd win frame. You know what chapter that is? And we'll take the time looking around. Right, the beginning. Spoilers, Like this would be a fine angle. Most of the body. No idea. Is it several chapters in? Like, I guess I'd say, what was the scene? Is it that the squad leader or the lieutenant, whatever his? See, that's a good. This is like we're doing like standing poses still, but that would be a good one. I've not done any side profile. That one would be fine. There's a lot of good ones in here. Level of complexity, I'm not wanting to do yet. Oh, Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah, is that one of my favorites? I've read the whole thing. Quick question: have you read all of Jujutsu Kaisen yet? Before I keep talking, so we're gonna talk spoilers, and I'm gonna give everybody a moment to be like, "No, I think it was chapter 3 or chapter 1." Now it suddenly looks like the end of chapter 1. This is the chapter 2, middle of chapter 2. Alright, here we gotta get out of these, go back home. Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 2. It breaks down sometimes. You just gotta know how to get it to show up. He's like walking to the school, right? And he asks him, if he got the full power, would he have any problems with it, kind of thing. Mina holding her gun. There's a lot of good ones in here. You haven't, but you know everything? Okay. My hot take is I hate the ending. So if you have any reference there, that's what I'm aiming at when I say, have you seen it? It's nothing particularly bad. Like, it's not some big twist. It's not something crazy. It's just, it ends. And after, like, 100 chapters of fight scenes. Yeah, it's just a huge fight, and then it's over. You think most hate it? Yeah. I had to go back and read up on some of the comments as things were happening. Character comes back to life, should not be alive, and is just fine. That was wild. This always takes a little bit. And I say always. I've done this like twice now, kind of searching for something that jumps out at me. But it's nice. It's nice to kind of find a thing that jumps out. That's where we got yesterday's photo. We could start our anime girls arc. The introduction of characters at the beginning of chapters is often pretty good. There was a lot of good emotion in the last one. Not terrible. I don't know if I want to draw that much hair today. How much farther are we gonna poke? Like, I know the whole sequence here. That's a lot of hair. Could also use, you can't, one anime at a time. One anime manga at a time. Solo Leveling's pretty good. I'm also a huge fan. I read through to the, I wouldn't call that, I didn't say I read through to the end. I read through to what should have been the end, and then it got weird. I am deep into that one too. I love all of these. I did have some photos saved that I thought would be good, like Loomis head work, if I want to do a bunch of quick sketches. Where is it at? Chainsaw Man Chapter 2, like right at the end. Like, this would put some practice down. Just Makima. Just a lot of Makima. Different angles. A little bit of a study. Let's do that. Let's do a bunch of Makima heads. Oh, I got a whole page of, like, you could tell it's been, like, all the, I guess you can't tell. I could tell. All the eraser bits all over it. All the marks from the previous page. Makima heads. Bunch of Makima. Nothing big and grand, but, I wouldn't mind doing more than one picture today. Oh. You sent me a good image. I think I remember this. Is this when he was fighting... Wait, where's my... Yep. That's a good one. It's Jujutsu Kaisen when I mean it's in his mind, his own sphere of whatever. I'll save that one. There's a bunch I look at and I go, I'm not ready for that yet. I think that one falls into that category. This I think I'm good with. I want to be able to put down this kind of sketch quickly and easily, which is like always that like casual goal. When I see people do it, it gets me excited. We'd almost go panel by panel here, like starting with Denji. His name is Denji, right? Denji, yeah. So I thought. Terrible with names. In fact, here let's frame the whole thing. This is just a bunch of faces. We could break this up into its frames and give myself you know, an outline of the play space, if you will. All right. I like that idea. It won't be perfect, but it'll make sure the art doesn't extend past, I guess where it should. We're even gonna do these, you know, the spacing on all of it. It's a little, it's about right about there. I want to draw manga? Let's draw manga. I think this line comes up a little. Now we're giving it, we definitely got more room here than the page takes. We're gonna do the erasing. We're gonna make this, take this layout and really lean into it. Scrappy, all bunched up set of lines. But this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna use our paper too. Alright, to keep the lines I do make good, because there's a lot of lines here. Start from the top right, in the direction we read. What do we have here? We have a head, a neck, a body, and a chain. The eyes are, we kind of put the head down. Let's frame the photo. Alright, he's got a chest, a line, a shoulder. Chest comes down, actually comes right up to the armpit, kind of there. Another line for a chest. He's got the clavicles. Kind of, I don't mind if it's out, if it's not framed the same, but I would like to get the proportions of everything kind of correct, because this is there, and the head. If we do that, we build it off of the head, but we frame we kind of got the rest of it down. Dingy's got the hair. It's got the same hair we were kind of working on yesterday. A lot of lines to it, a lot of this work here. Then his face. We are really kind of just going, aren't we? I feel like I'm putting down lines a lot faster than I did yesterday. For better or worse, we're not saying it's going to look better. Kind of the back of his head there. We've kind of over-exaggerated some of the line work, but let's see if we start putting down facial features. How does it feel? We got like the ear kind of over here, right? It's got it's more of a line that way. I don't know if he looks thoughtful. Let's get the eyes and the brow, because it's all kind of hidden up here. And you can kind of see, I kind of see where the problems are starting to arise now. Yep, we're gonna have to spend some time, I think, readjusting this, but he needs to look a little lost. And now at the moment, his eye is very wide. I don't know if I'm getting that with these lines. Honestly, better than I thought it was going to turn out, but this dips in too much. That doesn't dip in enough. And you could tell we didn't commit to a smile. Not a smile, a line for the mouth. Put the nose in. It's almost horizontal. I think it's a little more to the left. Kind of got that chin piece there that Ichigo had yesterday. Kind of, but I think it's more in the thickness of the line than it is told with the shape of the line. And now we've got the line that comes down. There is no line here. And he looks way more thoughtful in my version than he does in the actual panel. And we can zoom in on it. See if I can find that look in his eye. The line does come in. And it's almost the space here that seems to be differentiating it. I'm going to darken some lines. Okay. It's committing a couple lines down I think we're getting to a point where I'm happy with kind of what we're going for today. Because it looks fine. I'd probably bring this in a bit here, come up with the chest, and there's a little bit around this. It's just not a straight line is really the only thing. And then the right below the neck, so you can see I've not lined up it quite. He actually back here. I guess he's just very thin. He doesn't eat, kind of thing, kind of problem. Is that what we're showing here? That it's kind of gaunt. Now I want to hit the actual pull cord with a ruler. Yeah, we're missing some very big kind of defining. It looks a bit generic, I'll be honest. Really, the pull cord's also out of proportion. We went real heavy on that line and way too far down. But I'm going to move on. So I've got a bunch of panels. Got a bunch of panels. Let's we got a bunch of panels in 1 hour to do them all. A little bit of a different piece of work today. Instead of one giant piece, you know, hey, we're putting down some sketches. We're practicing our lines, our proportions, conveying the motions. I'm not gonna constantly redraw over here, but this line there feels important. Not important at all. I just wanted to draw it, which I guess is what we're here for. This doesn't even curve in. What's an assumed line? I assumed it was there, because that's what my brain said an ear looks like. Alright, get away from that. Get away from that. Is that the line? Wait a minute. Alright, getting away from it. Getting away from it. Moving to that. So, in this one, he takes up... Actually, there's one more framing line on this one. That makes it distinct. Whatever these are called, there's a name for them, right? Name for these comic book borders, these manga borders. They're meant, as I understand, to add separation and pacing to the story. You know, give us something of a break between the panels. That's just a video I watched the other day that was giving advice to comic book artists who were submitting their work. And one of the things were, you know, use the boxes. Don't, you know, not stop breaking out of the boxes all the time or at all. You know, when you do it, you kind of earn the right and you know what you're doing. Alright, so speech bubbles. Alright, there's like speech bubbles, which are super fine. Right, we can do some hasty speech bubbles. Because we don't want to draw in that space. There's some... Oh, that's free-handed. I see it free-handed. Let's say if I see a ruler being used, if I feel like a ruler's been used, I'm going to use it. But if I don't, I don't. I feel like I'm getting, you know, with these speech bubbles, I'm being given a break from the hard stuff. But it also helps me frame see, way too high there. We need to give ourselves room for dingy. Room for dingy to be and exist. He actually comes out to this bubble. Can we use the bubbles as good references? I mean, if our bubbles are in the right places, we can. But we kind of just threw them down. Now we're doing my thing where I just kind of draw the lines and then we see where things land and we line them up after, for better or worse. And you can see we've already misframed a bit of it. Too tall. This kind of goes around the head. But can I zoom in on dingy enough to do the detail? I think we're gonna erase some of this. We're just gonna draw his head, and then we're gonna fill in that as an anchor. We're gonna use his head as the anchor for the rest of these lines. And if I lose something in, like, you know, the arm or the shoulder, that's fine. But I don't want to miss out on this detail. Now, my box is a little wider than his. Is tall, so I'm gonna keep that in mind. His is taller, mine's wider, I guess, is the point. The original art. So I start and I'm just kind of putting down where the angles and the lines and where they seem to go, and that's where we're going to end up with some bad proportions. I didn't frame this out at all. We're kind of feeling it, and we're going to see where it lands, and then probably erase all of it and, you know, start over. Because it's got this brow line that's nearly straight. Eyes that start kind of, you see the bottom line lines up with the nose, the top lines up with the top of this curve. See kind of the white of the eyes. And this isn't even a round, this is almost just a dot. It almost reaches to the bottom, just like a line for the eye. Now this kind of works the way the hair works. I think we went too far with the eye and the brow. Let's clean that up. And the hair, the messy, kind of inked in lines here. Feels like I needed a good humbling experience after yesterday, and this is it. All the lines in all the wrong places. Mouth needs to be a little more confident in the line. These lines are nice and thick. I think I'm okay with where the hair kind of ended up. Although, kind of thicken some of these lines. You see the important ones, they've even highlighted kind of themselves. That's one line too many right there. I'm starting to feel pretty good about the thickness of some of these, and that one branches off. The lead I'm putting down is often lightening up, and it's just the hand, isn't it? It's just my hand over everything. You can see the lines over here are lightening up. Lightening up. Lightening. That's why we ink things. Almost more to preserve it than it is to put it down on paper. But we'll see what happens. We don't have a lot of time for said ink. Alright. Super easy face, right? Like, not at all. But, let's say we Loomised it. What would that do? What would we be able to do? Like, you know, the kind of Loomis where we are constantly second guessing and redrawing ourselves, right? The good kind. Her eyes are kind of level, kind of angled. She's tilted her head just a bit. I don't even know if I'm getting the Loomis portion correct. But we're just gonna searching line our way into this. Anime girl. In fact, some of this helps. Like this line. That line gets thick and curves in. This is the... It's a much harder tilt than I think we have here. But let's see where we can get these features. So it's, you know, nose line. And it's just a slight opening. We've got the hair that comes down. This hair is way down here. Kind of breaks the brow in half. Comes down again, like in front of the eye. Gives us more hair. Now this is the brow. So we get the, you know, the lines, which are these light curves. And the eyes are actually here, which are very small. They're outlined by these lines. I mean, I'm not seeing it yet. Maybe it'll come together. I guess I'm really zoomed in. She's got these circular eyes, which I'm zoomed in. I'm zoomed in. Oh, it's so hideous. It's fucking atrocious. Oh my gosh. Kill it with fire and eraser. Alright. Loomis didn't work. Not for me right now. Not for this moment right here. I wouldn't mind taking this photo and drawing over it to find the proportions. Maybe we come back and do that at a later, like maybe it's a good future exercise with the digital stuff, is to kind of start finding the structure in these things. You know, do you take Loomis and just draw it right on top? Say there it is. The art. Okay. So we managed Dingy. We managed Dingy a little freehand. Managed is the word. Let's manage Makima. Now again, a little, not as much height, so we do need more. And if we freehand anime girl face. We started compositionally too far left and too far up. I'm not drawing directly on top of what I just drew, did I? All right, sketching lines, right? We're searching for the picture. Right, we get kind of these lines here for the hair. Hair comes out again up here. I kind of see the line. Doesn't come in that much. We have the mouth, the nose. Yeah, the nose is more. I don't know why I have her so sideways. Probably this line is too steep, so we want something more here. Again, we're searching. Puts the nose like there, and the mouth more here. This is the corner bit where the nose centers, kind of center, over. The eyes got some space. Kind of starts. Kill it with fire. Kill it with fucking fire. Holy shit. We're just gonna do like 2 circles. I'm forging ahead, but holy shit. Hey, aren't you upset that no one is entered your broadcast even though you were live 5 hours? Not really. Hi, little art block. Had a little art block, got here on YouTube, and very glad to see someone learning art. Gave me motivation to study art. Hope you don't mind me staying here for a while and learn some. Yeah, no, totally fine. Things I'm saying, I've said this a few times, are me talking out loud to myself. So no expert advice happening here, just my own thoughts. And right now we're repeating the kill it with fire portion here. This one's shouldn't be this tough, but we here. Now I tell y'all talking about the first comment, upset that no one's entered your broadcast. No, I'm here for me. I'm here because I've got decades of false starts where I start learning art and I drop it, and I try to learn it and I drop it. I've got art supplies and tablets and pencils and this desk I haven't used for long enough. So I'm streaming. I've got a discipline when it comes to streaming that I'm just using to make sure I start putting in the time and work to get good at my art. So I'm here. I'm excited to be here. And hello on YouTube. We started multi-streaming for the first time. So we're in 2 places. First people to jump into the YouTube streams. Hello and welcome. We're gonna tip this face again. Maybe we do it without the hair. Maybe we do kind of give the circle a try again. All right, frame the head. Kind of bring in a little bits of the Loomis method. And try to give myself something there. Again, that looks... Maybe we bring it out and down. We're searching. These lines they're something. They exist among all the lines in the world. I can see kind of the line, right? This is the eye. This would be the brow. And I know we're doing this in reverse of an actual Loomis. I'm supposed to get that circle first, right? And I can see ahead. We can draw, the lines. You get a brow. She's kind of elevated brow this way and a flattened brow that way. Kill it with fire. This isn't as pronounced in this way as it is straight. And then there's a slight curve here. It actually goes a little bit of a chin. Flattens out just a bit past the center line and then comes up. Now, we're gonna keep on. Now the angle's not quite right, is it? Because we have the mouth, the nose line. This is the nose line. Theoretically, we go follow this straight in. We got a little bit of a nose line, which would be, in this case, kind of this. Mouth a little off center. Straight line. There we go. Again, kill it with fire, but I've got to put something down. At a minimum, I've got to put something down that I can come back, look at, and go, look, we've grown. So even if we have to make it sketchy and make ourselves feel a little better about it that way, that's what I'm gonna do. We do have a lot of hair. Nice long. Here, we can even give myself a little bit of ruler help, just to give myself some lines here. Then on this side of the head. Alright, I'm just gonna put a couple of straight lines down. Get them a little more sketch in. They all curve at the end, and there's the neck comes down just a bit around a collar. Whew, don't look. We'll put it down, and we'll move on from Maki. Holy shit! All right, just got that little like flat tie thing going. We're not gonna just put it down and move on. We are gonna work on this. Now, there's a big part here that I'm looking like when we bring out the shoulders. All right, we've got a mutant. We've definitely got a mutant happening on the panel. Head kind of flat. Circle, can we bring it up? That feels better. We're still kind of in here for the line, but let's see what kind of detail I can get for a head bit. Like just eyes that look like a person would make me feel a little better. I think if I could rotate it all just a little bit in that way, it would help. How are we? Oh yeah, make sure you can see the whole goddamn mutant. Yeah, that's right, the collar. That's what matters right now. Okay. Enough of that. Let's get what we want up here. Now, these are all guidelines. They're meant to help me find the right placement. I gotta do the placement. It's so hard. I'm trying to draw what I see, and if we draw what I see, and we've got right where the hair, which we've created right here, meets the side of the face. The eye starts in the tiniest bit of a. See this the brow. Maybe this is my problem. Let's get rid of the ear and the side here first. Let's take away our assumptions. We did say it looks squished. So we have this line, this meets here. It starts with a tiny horizontal line. And we get a nice curve that stops right about here at about the same elevation of where it started. Okay, and it is a nice thick line. It's got just the tiniest little nubs of eyelashes, and there's a secondary line that kind of follows it around and breaks up. Alright, just on the right of center is a circle. And a circle. That last circle is wrong. In fact, both circles are kind of off because the circle is a little lower than that. And it's just two thick lines. They don't actually fill in anywhere. And it's a monster. Put it down. We are putting it down. We're going to move on. Goner, if you were feeling, particularly down and looking at some of the good stuff I've made in the last couple days, this ain't it, buddy. We're in the same boat. I know I'm seeing that wrong. I know I'm seeing the mouth wrong. Alright, putting it down though. Putting it down. We are putting it down and moving on. Look. It ain't gonna get better. It's the gap here. It's part of the problem. Oh my gosh, what's happened to that mark? I gotta sharpen my pencil. Oh, buddy. Also running out of the eraser a second time today. We are erasing today. Alright. Of course, the chin, we'll sort this out. We need the eraser. So I think that those eyes are the closest thing I've gotten so far. Like the distance to the eyes, the nose, and the mouth. It's the closest I've gotten to this so far. And so we're gonna use those proportions. This is how everybody does art, right? We erase and redraw and erase and redraw. That's probably the Control-Z, all the digital art that I see done. So we follow this angle until the nose, the mouth, and then we come down here. Little chin, just barely a chin there. Then we curve up. Good enough. All right, let's grab some hair. Let's get some hair that comes up. Get rid of the big old circle dome. Come on, Makima, stay with me. Don't go anywhere yet. Bigger foreheads than I'm comfortable with is usually the answer. Sharpen the pencil. Another long set of lines here. one's about the same length. A little thicker of a strand. And the ears come right about to here to the nose, like most ears, but this one's a little wider. So we have a line, an angle up, kind of flattens out, and we curve it back in. Okay, let's continue this. We do get some hair kind of there for a bit, and then it brushes down into the eyes. Hair coming from the back of the ear, a flattened surface. Okay. A little bit in the back. She's got a collar. Comes up. Swoops down. Neck. Collar. Swings around and up. That's a little bit of my mind drawing what I feel and not what I see, which is a common problem. We've got lots of those discrepancies in this piece. But it is not the worst thing happening. That might be the line indecision and the face. You can't really do much with the hair if you don't put down solid lines. And I've done the solid lines before. And this is just the tie, which even here is thick, dark, and kind of hastily colored in. It's not a solid line. Now she's leaning forward. This is where I normally start wavering in, because this part feels like it matters less, but if I always do that, I'm never going to be able to draw all this little detail. She's kind of leaning forward, her arms are forward, it's bunching up the clothing. Even now, like, I can get away with a lot. Because it's already a monstrosity. Alright, I'm gonna step away from that one. That one hurts. Oh no. Oh man. Okay, stretching the hand. I got about 30 minutes, so we're not gonna get all this done at this pace. But the more I put down, the more I get put down, right, the better I'm gonna feel about it. This one didn't take long once I sorted out something. So what about this one? What's the center focus here? All right, it is an eye and 2 circles, some space, a little height, an eye, 2 circles, be eye surrounded by the brow, or I guess the rest of the eye. Oh no, the rest of the eye, which goes up and down. So I'm seeing, but I'm not seeing. There's things we're missing when I'm looking at this that, you know, obviously it's not translating. But let's sketch like this for a minute. Let's see where we end up. Let's do that. Because clearly there's better ways to structure all of this that I'm ignoring. But I did that back there. I didn't get much better results. Alright, let's get the bulk of this down. Long hair. She's definitely got this. It's framing a lot of her face. Big, long strokes of lines. She's got this, like, hash that these little lines that kind of circle. These eyelashes, I guess. We're going to call them eyelashes. But most of her eye is hidden behind I guess the whites. Alright, this maybe probably like feels like the most important line. Or maybe it's this chin. We're gonna search for it a bit. She's got kind of a rounded chin. It's not this far removed from the face, so maybe bring it in more. Time to watch, you know, Anime Head tutorial. That we're throwing away any foundational work. You gotta have some fun. It's one of the reasons I've had as many false starts as I've had. Let's get this hair down. We do have kind of an echo of the brow line here. Not the brow line, the eye line. The brow is up here. It seems almost raised. Big, thick lines for so like the hair I see is not, it's not pointed and coming together kind of like we see up here. We see up there if my hand wasn't constantly rubbing it all the way. It's doing this thing where it's just it is these lines. Very confident, big lines, and there's even hair that's framing the face really tightly to it. I need to use the whole arm more. Because that's a line. I'm doing all these scratchy lines I need to start moving away from, but those are tough lines to put down. Tougher if I never practice them, right? Tougher if I never practice them. I'm not even sure where the lines are going, so it's tough to meet them where they're going. I gotta really put down, you know, more meaningful dark marks sometimes. Other times I need to be able to come back and erase them. Like, you know, this brow is a little big because his hair is meant to really come up. She's got hair that comes down again. Straight line here. A little long. And let's get it down. Like that. Kind of like that. We've got some lines that kind of come in this way. And up. These are good thick lines. This one comes... I mean, we're kind of falling behind. The hair is fucking rough. Because this is just like... There's only 2 lines between me and where the end of this is normally. Or that is in this art piece. Maybe it's a sign that this should be some more hair there. Now, I'm feeling this chin more here. There is a line in that direction after a minute. There's some shading work with the thickness kind of here. Maybe a nice slow inking. I think we definitely have a bad angle here. I'm gonna pop a ruler over here. Give me that line. And oof, rulers. Here's some of those searching lines. I kind of live with the product. Kind of. Well, we've got some other parts to this. And I'm not completely done with. She's got the neck. The collar that kind of comes around. Follows kind of the shape of the neck to the hair. And, aha, perspective on the collar. Now, there's not nearly as much room in that collar as I just gave it. I feel like the pencil, of course, is going. It's losing its sharpness. Dull. Dull is the word we're looking for. Let's go ahead and give this the outline at once. There's some kind of braiding going on in the back. It's just being represented by these lines, probably a little farther out. Because this line here, right, it's another straight-ish line that, you know, we're going to bring in. And just kind of do those. Big lines. A little bit of shading here. Gotta add it to some places. She's got the shoulder that extends a bit. This comes down. She's got a hand here. Which, yay, hands. Let's just draw this in thick, confident strokes. It's not like I have to draw the whole hand, I just have to draw the part of it. So let's be good about it. No, I won't say good. These aren't the best strokes. Right, we're kind of short, choppy, thick lines here. But maybe they'll be recognizable for what they are. I mean, again, the distance, you can see the distance here between the arm and the shoulder, and what I've got is something. It's something else. Got this shoulder kind of scrunched up fabric here. And this we can do, this is one of those, like, we can do a little more less precise. We can just add some of this, I feel. As long as the major lines stand out enough. Now this collar, this is not a collar, that's hair. So what we didn't portray was, I think, the thinness of the face. It's a little thicker here. Completely different monster on the top, but okay. We've got some easy panels, but we got 15 minutes. So what's the hard panel? It's both of these. All right. What we're gonna do? We're gonna rush this. With this problem, we're not gonna rush this. We rushed a bit. We're feeling a little. That's a little too sad here. I think we're gonna come back. We're gonna save this piece for later. Because we got the whole of all the time. We're gonna be willing to step away from a piece, especially something like this, which can be stepped away from. This erasure. I've gone through 2 nubs in 3 days, and the problem is 2 of them were today. Let's move that pencil over there. Get out of my art pit here. Oh, scoot that away. Come face the little camera for a minute. Hey guys, how y'all doing? How are you all? Bow. Stretching. Oh, flexing just a bit. So, this is what we're doing. This is the program. You know, for those who have been here through the years, you've seen shift in programming. And we've definitely had a focus on different things throughout the years. We did a little bit of, a little bit of StarCraft for a while, a little bit of Dungeons and Dragons. Those were some fun shows. These were shows we put together for, learning and entertainment with a focus on entertainment. Satisfactory, Factorio, factory-style games for a while. Last year, we had some of our best streams throughout the years have existed. Those are things. This time around, I'm mostly here for me. And I would love to have you guys here for the journey. We're gonna put some time into thinking about what we're doing and our approach. But at the end of the day, I'll tell you now, the purpose is that I put time into drawing when I haven't before. And at the end of maybe the year, I will have seen some improvement. And you can tell, we've got some room. We've got room to grow. We've got quite a bit. We did just a bunch of perspectives today. We did some shapes. We started doing little paneling and some art. That's a thing that exists over there. That's fine. We're gonna finish the panels tomorrow, probably midday. We'll start with some warm-ups. We'll probably reattack perspective. I gotta sit down and watch some classes, things like that. I've got to go back and figure out the things I didn't know today, because I was having some problems with perspective, with the shapes and how things are oriented. Hey, there are classes I've already got queued up. We've got to review. So we're going to try not to watch those during stream. Ross says, glad to see you not giving up. Keep on practicing. Right? Doing it for yourself is actually a good tip. It's a tough tip. It's a tough tip that I would say that's my toughest tip personally was putting in the time and the hours, which is why I'm here. And the thing that I think kept having me fall off is I wasn't doing enough art for fun. I was focusing a lot on fundamentals, a lot on the courses and the classwork, and I'm trying to split that up. And that's what, that's what this bit is. We've got to put down bad art to get to good stuff. We've done a little bit of work today on a few different things. Getting Loomis heads down, and we can do something. Some things turn out really good. Makima, though, this is gonna haunt my dreams, but we'll get back to it. We'll pick it up again. I don't want to run away from this. I want to finish the project, but we'll probably do it about the middle. I would like to do some warm-ups and some stuff we've done. Maybe finish off with finishing this up, or somewhere in the middle, and we'll go back. Anyway, we're ranting. We are wrapping up. I'm gonna get some chores done. Do all the work around the house I need to. And we're live 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Central till about now. We do have a vacation coming up next week, so I'll be gone for like a week and a half ish. But we'll be around. Hope you enjoyed it. We're on YouTube now, as some of you see. We're on Twitch, we're on YouTube, we're doing the multi-stream thing, so thanks for hanging out. We don't have an outro, we're just gonna hit this button. Have a fantastic day. It's almost stealing somebody else's outros.